Bonjour, bienvenue. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci, and please remain standing if you're able to, and I will ask Councillor Troster now to introduce the performers of our national anthem.
Thank you, Mayor. The Bytown Sea Shanty Collective is a quartet from Ottawa, born out of a love of the East Coast. With the call of the high seas in their bones, the collective has been offering free, accessible monthly sea shanty sing-alongs in Ottawa for over 2 years. What started with the first evening, bringing in 30 to 40 people, now regularly sees 200 attending with lineups out the front door at Beyond the Pale Brewery. A key focus of the Bytown Sea Shanty Collective has been giving people without musical training an opportunity to sing in a group. They've worked to remove all barriers at their sing-alongs. There's no cover, no need to read sheet music, no need for perfection. Everyone is welcome and encouraged. If you enjoy them here or earlier when you walked in, you can find them at Beyond the Pale for the full experience later this month. They're also former high school friends of Councillor Johnson and Canterbury High School grads. So theater kids do cool stuff when they grow up. In addition to supporting and overflowing local businesses, Bytown Sea Shanty Collective has been supporting our community in other ways. They raised over $6,000 for the Dalhousie Food Cupboard during the holiday season. They're currently working on original material, planning recording sessions, and booking concerts. I'm delighted they could join us today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common. Quand t'embrasse et porter le père, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh!
Thank you. Great job. And if you wouldn't mind sticking around just for a moment to lead us in singing Happy Birthday to Councillor Sean Devine this morning, please. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Councillor Sean Devine. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will ask for the roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Freedom 55.
Counselor Bradley,
Here.
Counselor Tierney,
Present.
Conseillère Plante,
Ici.
Counselor King,
Here.
Counselor Troster,
Here.
Counselor Leeper,
Ici.
Counselor Brockington,
Here.
Counselor Menard,
Here.
Counselor Carr,
Present.
Counselor Kitts,
Here.
Counselor Brown,
Here.
Conseiller Desroches, Counselor Hubley,
Here.
Counselor Lowe,
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting on May the 28th. Are those carried? Are there any declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. There were no regrets that were filed. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Curry.
That the report from the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation entitled Annual General Meeting of the Shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, OCHC, the report from Strategic Initiatives Department entitled Update on the 2023-2026 City Strategic Plan, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 25, Audit Committee Report 12, Built Heritage Committee Report 22A, Community Services Committee Report 16, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 25, and the reports from the City Clerk entitled Status Update, Council of Inquiries and Motions for the period ending June 6, 2025, and Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act, explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of May 28, 2025, be received and considered.
Was that carried? All right, so we will hold the annual general meeting of the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation. We will hold the update on the 2023 to 26 City Strategic Plan. From the City Clerk, the status update on council inquiries and motions for the period ending June the 6th. Is that received? We will hold item 13.1, the municipal support resolution. From the Audit Committee, there is the report from the Office of the Auditor General on supportive housing. There is a motion on that, but we could deal with it quickly if people are comfortable with that, or does anybody want it held?
Can I speak to
move
it?
through it quickly? Yeah, Councillor Kavanaugh, if you'd introduce that motion, please.
Okay. Do you want me to read the motion or?
Sure.
Okay. Whereas the Auditor General Supportive Housing Audit Report highlights the need for sustained and increased funding from federal and provincial governments to support Ottawa's nonprofit supportive housing sector, whereas Supportive Housing Audit Report points out that Ottawa's housing system provides a variety of housing options within the community to meet the needs of residents, and that without adequate supports, individuals are at greater risk of eviction or re-entering homelessness. Whereas the audit scope focused on how residents of Ottawa access and are supported in supportive housing, and emphasized that supportive housing is a critical component of the broader housing system, whereas community housing providers are facing more complex clients and needs who require supports to maintain and retain housing, whereas the increasing complexity of mental health and substance use challenges in our community underscores the urgent need for a more integrated approach across housing and health systems, including alignment in service delivery and funding mechanisms to better support individuals who are unstably housed or in living supportive housing. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council direct the City Clerk to send the Supportive Housing Audit Report to the following federal and provincial ministers, highlighting the need for coordinated action and funding to strengthen supportive housing and the broader health and housing systems. And federal ministers Gregor Robertson, Housing and Infrastructure Canada, Marjorie Mitchell, Health Canada, provincial ministers Robert Flack, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and Sylvia Jones, Ministry of Health. Thank you. Can I just briefly point out that this is very timely, considering today we're looking at the AGM and the work of Ottawa Community Housing as well. And this is something you'll see in the report when it comes up, but the need for complex care, the need for supportive housing that will be pointed out that we're moving towards. So we'll hear more about it in the report from Ottawa Community Housing, but it's just a reminder of the need, and I thank the Auditor General for doing this report. It's extremely timely, and hopefully we can get the support we need from the other levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly support this motion and will not be speaking to it other than to ask that the letter be also sent to AMO, and with Councillor Tierney's concurrence, the FCM as well. I believe both bodies who are both advocating for this should receive formal letters as well. Thank you.
Okay. So are you proposing that as an amendment, or just are you just asking? I mean, we can make sure it happens.
Yeah, if the city clerk can confirm that that can happen without an amendment, then that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, we can take that as direction.
Okay, thank you. So on Councillor Kavanaugh's motion, then, is that carried? And on the original item, is that carried? From Built Heritage, we have the designation of the Rothsay Apartments on the under the Ontario Heritage Act. Is that carried? From Community Services Committee, service agreements under the Housing Services Act. Is that carried? On the Parks and Facilities Bylaw Review, there is a direction to staff on this one. Does anybody else want that held? Okay. Councillor Brockington, if you want to just give your direction, then we can move on.
Thank you, Mayor. That the General Manager of Recreation, Culture and Facility Services be directed to work with the local councillor of the wards that contain Britannia Beach, Westboro Beach, Mooney's Bay Beach, and Peachtree Island Beach to identify and recommend an area where small personal watercraft, non-motorized, can be launched in proximity to the designated swim areas. In the case of Peachtree Island Beach, staff will assess ways to improve access for small personal watercraft non-motorized launching, as one site is already in place. Thank you.
Okay, and staff are okay with that direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So the item then, is that carried? 16.3 is recreation membership and admission fee remodel. Is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay, carried with 2 dissents. From Finance and Corporate Services Committee, we will hold the 17.1, the asset management plans. 17.2, the long-range financial plan for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Is that carried? 17.3 is the 2025 tax, transit, and rate supported programs operating capital budget Q1 status. Is that received? 17.4, capital adjustments and closing of projects. Is that carried? 17.5 is Finance and Corporate Services Committee revised terms of reference. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay, so we are going to move in camera now to deal with 2 issues. So Councillor Curry, if you wouldn't mind introducing the motion to move in camera, please.
Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw number 2025-100, subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to Stage 1 light rail transit, LRT, legal updates, and be it further resolved that City Council remain in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13(1)(c), a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the purposes of the city, and subsections 13(1)(j), a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to a potential property acquisition and associated negotiations.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that carried? All right, we will begin the closed session as soon as possible. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started again. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to the Stage 1 light rail transit legal updates. And subsections 13(1)(c), a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the purposes of the city, and 13(1)(j), a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to a potential property acquisition and associated negotiations. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. We'll now resume with item 10 on the agenda, which is the annual general meeting of the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, and I will turn it over to the chair of the board, Teresa Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Bonjour, good morning. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered on traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. As an organization dedicated to equity and inclusion, OCH honors the contributions of Inuit, Métis, and First Nations people in shaping our communities, our province, and our country. As chair of Ottawa Community Housing Board, I'm proud to be here today alongside Stéphane for our annual general meeting. We're here reporting to Council based on important accountability requirements as the city's local housing corporation, but this is also a moment to recognize the incredible progress we've made together. We've continued to push forward on our shared goals to address housing and homelessness. Nous continuons d'évoluer et de former des partenaires.
We are continuing to build partnerships.
What I'm especially proud of is OCH leadership on the complex care housing, helping tenants who face serious challenges and need more health and social supports to stay successfully housed. Those of us at the audit committee last week heard a lot about this work after the auditor presented her report on supportive housing. And I want to thank everyone for your support on my motion to send these reports to the appropriate ministers. Many of the recommended actions are already reflected in the existing partnerships between OCH, supportive housing providers, and Ottawa Public Health. Cette collaboration continue entre
This collaboration continues between the health sector and the housing sector.
The conversations are about building more homes and creating a more connected, compassionate housing system. Community housing serves a critical purpose in helping to reduce and end homelessness. Investments in OCH support sustainable long-term housing solutions at the scale and pace our city needs. Stéphane will share some highlights in the 2024 annual report, along with actions that are moving us forward. I'm proud of our board and of Stéphane and his wonderful team. And most of all, I'm proud of the tenants whose strength and community spirit inspire us all. And I had the opportunity to meet many of the leaders in volunteering just last week at an event. Ensemble, nous construisons plus.
Together, we are building much more than housing.
Building a stronger, more inclusive Ottawa. I will now pass things over to our OCH CEO, Stéphane Giguère. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Really appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Worship, Mayor Sutcliffe, members of Council, thank you again. It's really a pleasure to be here today to present our Ottawa Community Housing 2024 Annual Report. Je vous remercie de cette invitation qui nous permet de présenter.
Thank you for this invitation. This now enables us to present to you this report.
Role in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan and Council's priority to deliver a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. As one of the largest community housing providers in the country, OCH is growing. We are innovating, and we are building, acquiring, and preserving homes. We are delivering results on our shared priority, all the while we're keeping our focus on driving better outcomes for our tenants. You are receiving today this copy of this annual report. I invite you ready to learn through it, and feel free to ask questions, comments, not only today, but along the way. It's a thorough report that showcases the tireless work that goes on every day by our teams to keep us moving forward. It shows the strengths of our tenants, the positive impact of the OCH Foundation, and the unwavering dedication of our team, partners, and all of you councillors and city team staff that work along our teams at OCH. At OCH, we're making every dollar go further. It's a commitment. By leveraging public and private partnerships, along with strategic government investments. With the collaboration of amazing partners, we're also innovating and leading changes to support more tenants and build more safer communities. We continue to upgrade infrastructure and invest in programs like the one led by our OCH Community Safety Services, which provides proactive underground support for tenants alongside with the Ottawa Police. I want to thank Council for approving the recent increase to our safety services funding from their 2025 budget. We appreciate your recognition of the impact this support has on strengthening our community safeties and tenant well-beings. These ongoing investments really matter. Now, most of our housing stock is over 55 years old. Over the past decade, we have invested $500 million in capital repairs, and with 1/3 of that investment from the City of Ottawa. This investment is essential to meet the scale and the complexity of the needs. Your ongoing support has enabled us to commit $57 million toward multi-year capital works in 2025, in line with our long-term asset management strategy. This level of investment is crucial. It renews vital public infrastructure, which are people's home. We are also working closely with the city to secure long-term funding solution, recognizing the lasting progress relies on coordinated efforts and financial contribution from all levels of government. Now we are halfway through 2025. And this is a pivotal time to keep building and to keep investing in community and affordable housing. A home is the foundation we all need. It's the starting point for stability, security, and belonging. And the construction of housing is one of the most powerful economic drivers a city has. We have about 1,000 homes, and I repeat, 1,000 homes nearing and under construction right now. Also, we have another 1,000 homes that are being shovel ready. Every investment the city makes in OCH is one of the most effective and efficient ways to meet housing targets at scale, strengthening the local economy, to creating jobs and delivering more homes. We are encouraged by the city's willingness to explore adaptive financing tools that can help deliver results. We also want to ensure that people stay housed, very important. OCH continues to advance its complex care housing strategy, an approach that focuses on the most at risk of losing their housing or re-entering homelessness. This strategy is in place to build a future where wraparound supports are embedded within OCH. This evolution of community housing presents an opportunity to strengthen partnerships, including with supportive housing organizations that help more people find a safe and stable place to call home. OCH has always been driven by action, and we're delivering more than ever. We stay persistent in our efforts and recommendations because we know that there's more to do for the people we serve. Every new home, every repair, every partnership is a step towards a stronger, safer, and more inclusive city. I want to thank you, Mayor, councillors, city staff, of your support in this journey. We are proud to be part of Team Ottawa and proud of what we are building together on behalf of Ottawa Community Housing, 33,000 residents, and the entire team of Ottawa Community Housing. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci pour la présentation. Thank you, Stéphane.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Teresa, for your leadership. I will open it up to councillors. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our CEO, Monsieur Giguère, and Chair Kavanagh for your presentation, but to your board and all your staff. As you know full well, my office works very closely and collaboratively with OCH staff, and very much appreciate that relationship. River Ward has probably top 3 across the city for number of OCH units and number of residents in multiple neighborhoods. So I think our relationship, it only gets better year after year, despite, I think, some pretty, significant challenges that we face. In the interest of time, I'll just limit myself to one question. You highlighted, I think, some pretty significant capital investment that we're seeing. Very good news. And I like to see that. One issue that is constant is the need for renewal of existing stock. And so I'm just wanting to know if you could comment on that today. I know this is a challenge. Are dollars coming in as easily for renewal as they are for new builds? And what is the OCH board doing with respect to advocating for renewal dollars? Thank you.
It's a very important question. In fact, this is the core of the portfolio of Ottawa Community Housing. And I think that, from a taxpayer point of view, it's important to recognize that it costs less to maintain and repair than to build a home nowadays. And starting from that point of view, the board of directors, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the board here, but more as a CEO and the leader of the team here, it's important to recognize that our efforts right now are on monetizing the assets to leverage the capacity we have to borrow money to ensure the capital repair. So when you have a portfolio of our size, we expect in average to inject about $5,000 a door per communities to ensure that we can do the proper repairs, which could range from infrastructure, roofing, HVAC, to simply changing a door. So it's very important. Having said that, we have to prioritize. Our priorities are always related to safety of our tenants first. Secondly, compliancy to regulations. We have about 74 sets of regulations that we need to maintain, from TSSA to ESA, to building code, to building standards at the City of Ottawa. So it's always very important. And then we go down in terms of the priority list. So this year alone, we're investing $57 million. And it's important with the effort of the City of Ottawa Treasury Group and our CFO. They are working on the financial arrangement that will allow us to have the flexibility for the next 3 years.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to compliment the monthly emails we get with updates of all the different developments or OCH communities within the ward. They're very helpful. And in turn, I can share with the public and reinforce with the public that there are investments and good work happening within OCH communities, which are part of our neighborhoods to begin with. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Obviously, it's no easy task to maintain such a large housing stock that you have, and I appreciate that this is a top priority for you and the board, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I also want to express my thanks to Stéphane, the entire OCH staff, the board, as well as the leadership under Chair Kavanagh, as well as the motion that you presented earlier today. I think it really shows dedication towards investing in our housing portfolio, as well, most importantly, our tenants. And I see that on a regular basis. The engagement with the tenants of OCH in communities across the city is key. As a city councillor representing a ward with significant OCH housing, I see firsthand both the critical importance of your work and the growing challenges you face in serving residents with increasingly complex needs. I want to start by acknowledging OCH leadership in developing a complex care housing strategy. This innovative approach represents exactly the kind of forward thinking we need as we grapple with challenging demographics and evolving residents' needs. The recent AG report on supportive housing highlights many systemic challenges across our housing continuum, but it also specifically recognizes OCH's proactive approach to complex care as a model worth celebrating and expanding. So I just wanted to ask a couple questions around the audit. The Auditor General's report noted that community housing providers are increasingly serving complex clients without additional support funding. How has this affected OCH's ability to implement your complex care strategy effectively?
This is a very good question, Councillor. And I would say upstream, the reason why we created complex care housing was exactly the inability to properly serve our residents, some of the most at risk. So it's important to recognize that most of the residents of Ottawa Community Housing are doing fine. They are struggling. They have their own set of challenge, but not to the level of acuity that we're talking about, the complexity of mental health, addiction, the impossibility to aim towards independent living. And for us, those are really the one that we are looking at working, and we welcome the recommendation of those intersection points with supportive housing agency. In fact, we have an initiative on the go right now. You may have heard about some initiatives around the Matthew Perry Foundation or the Heart Hub that we have. And a couple of years ago, also, Council may have forgot about it, but we did launch something quite unique in Canada, which was called the Cardington Health Hub in Councillor's Brocktington area, where we have a clinic on the first floor and senior housing on the top. And today, I'm pleased to report that the stability and the wellness of our residents is way greater in that type of community where you have embedded services or proximity of care and working with healthcare providers than it is when you have people isolated and struggling to find proper care either at home or in their communities. So the wraparound is very important for us, and it builds on that notion that really is the strength of Ottawa Community Housing and the governance of Ottawa Community Housing to really support partnerships going forward.
Well, I appreciate the work that's been undertaken in developing those partnerships with multiple healthcare providers, social services, and other community organizations, really to develop the model. I think the question is really around the gaps that we know you're pointing out a specific hub, but we know that there are multiple communities across the portfolio that do require ongoing supports 24/7, 356. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us where you see the biggest gaps in community services that affect your ability to support residents effectively.
Excellent point around gaps, Councillor. I would qualify gaps at two levels. Coordination of services, coordination of care, that was part of the AG report. For us, practically, and I'll use Councillor Strasser's property, McLaren, for instance. As we speak today, we may, at this hour, we may have different agencies all being in the building, not talking to each other for different set of reasons, funding reasons, regulations, other elements. And one of the goals of complex care is really to create that hub of services. The second gap is really around funding. The funding is coming from the Ministry of Health. I'm pleased to report that we have engaged very actively. And in fact, I'm very pleased of the partnership that we have with Ottawa Public Health. We have a submission with Healthy at Home that is before the province. We are waiting the decisions in terms of the funding there. Just to mention that a couple of weeks ago also with OCH CFO, we met with deputy ministers from the Ministry of Health, directors, policy planning, McMaster University, that they are guiding the Ministry of Health around providing community care and better community care. And the more we are advancing, the interesting part is the more that people want to step in and want to really roll up their sleeves and help us out. And we're seeing it, in fact, more recently with CMHA, that they have a community-based funding to provide at the intake assessment of individuals to allocate them to proper properties and proper services to have better outcomes.
Well, I'm really pleased that that work is being undertaken, and I know it's continuing work. I think we're hearing the message very clearly, both from OCH as well as from the Auditor General, that we need to advocate strongly with other levels of government for more coordinated funding, an approach that I think is really essential. Because your complex care strategy shouldn't have to compete with other basic housing operations or resources. I think it's very clear that we're seeing investments in capital but we need investments in operating as well as investments in health services for our tenants. I also want to ensure that the city ultimately updates its 10-year housing and homelessness plan to really incorporate this complex care approach, to fully recognize it and support it as a key component of our housing continuum. And I also believe that we continue to need to push for better coordination between housing, health, and social services. I think that we hear that across the board. And obviously, we will work as a council and work with our colleagues at senior levels of government to really advocate for that. So once again, I really want to thank OCH for all its work in our communities. I know we'll have continuing discussions as to how these investments can filter down throughout all of the OCH communities in the city, which I think is very important and key. But I know that this is an issue that has wide support from around the table. And once again, I really do want to commend Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Carr for moving that motion to ensure that we inform the senior levels of government of the needs for investing, not just in the capital to build out, which is absolutely essential, but also the operating costs as well as the healthcare costs that are associated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor. As councillors, we speak to a lot of residents and get a wide range of questions. And one that I had recently was from a resident who I guess had seen the ad in the paper for the AGM, and they were asking, we're in a housing emergency. Do we really need to have an ad in print media? The city's stopped doing that many years ago, and we've used much more kind of cost-effective mechanisms. And in fact, this meeting is going to be promoted through, through the clerk's office and what have you. So I'm just wondering, like, when you look at your expenses, do you look at costs and say, okay, do we really need to spend here when we can be spending on other things that are more critical to the organizations?
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Very important question. Efficiency is part of Ottawa community housing. And for us, it's always to strike a balance between efficiency and also reaching the needs of our tenants. Unfortunately, some of our tenants are still requiring other means of communication that they are not traditional, state-of-the-art, and I mean here, internet and social medias. And we have a lot of seniors who are really reading newspapers, and they are, that's their way to find out about the AGM. That's their way to find out about what we do. Having said that, for us, what is important is to reduce our costs and operating costs on everything that we do. And that advertising, while it's important that we reach out to the tenants, will be part of the modernization of our communication means with our tenants, which is an ongoing journey for Ottawa community housing.
Yeah, I won't debate you here, but I mean, I think we've got the same client base for City Council, right? For the kind of advertising work that we do, and in many cases, sometimes perception is reality, right? So you'll make those decisions, and again, I'm not sure it's necessary given the number of lanes that we have for advertising now. Today's presentation, you focused a lot on kind of the build, and it's all good news. Does your annual report deal with kind of your service standards? Do you have service standards? Like things like how quickly do you turn around a unit when it's vacated? So where would you get information on kind of the business features of your organization in terms of how well you're doing?
Very important question, because for Ottawa Community Housing, a couple of years ago now, we undertook a journey around modernizing our practices around quality of services, building standards. In fact, we are using dashboards, internal dashboards about performance, even time to respond to calls, to unit turnovers. Happy to report that compared to the industry, we are below the sector. We have 3 levels of unit turnovers. The one that they are cosmetic, meaning that someone, a resident who was inside, move out and we just need to repaint. We have the second tier where we may have more damages, and the third tier, which sometimes is also unfortunately tied to what we discussed earlier around complex care housing, where the entire apartment is demolished and we have to rebuild from scratch. So you can appreciate that you can range from 20 days to more, depending on the extent of the damages to the property. And clearly, we always work to make sure that, especially nowadays, with I would say vacancy rate in Ottawa that is very low, it's important that we turn those homes back to residents as soon as possible.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. So just so I'm clear, so you do have a standard. There's different categories of it, but there would be a standard that, okay, it's vacated and we're going to work towards moving it as quickly. And you try to do it as quickly as possible because there's people waiting on the list, right? Obviously. So you want to move that and monitor that. And again, I think a lot of the business elements of the organization need to be focused on. So thank you for the answers today.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Leeper.
Merci. J'ai deux questions. En premier,
I actually have two questions. First of all, I will not repeat Councillor King's question, but it's very clear that there's a lot of issues and challenges linked to complex care. Do you think that's since last year, do you have any positive or negative impact? Do you want me to answer you in French or in English? Please go ahead in French. Thank you so much for your question. I must say that what we're observing in terms of mental health and dependence, it's very high, and it actually depends, if I may. There's a lot more isolation with youth and senior citizens. This is something that we didn't notice previously. You will be receiving our new strategy. This is the Ottawa Community Strategy. Then we have the new Canadians coming in. So what was built maybe 20, 30 years or 50 years ago is not adapted to their needs. They have larger families, they need more bedrooms, and it's not an issue only with community housing. When we're looking at the market rental in Toronto or here, it's only 2 bedrooms, and sometimes they need a 5 or 6 bedroom apartment. Question? I think we really need some help. We need some help to overcome that challenge.
Acquisition. So the federal government created an acquisition fund into which not-for-profits can participate. Is that something that is on OCH's radar? Do we understand that program well enough, and is that something that you are qualified to participate in?
Very important question here. In terms of acquisition, this is an ongoing strategy of Ottawa Community Housing. We did acquire for the last 10 years, 15 years, different properties here and there, or transfer some ownership of properties. In terms of actively looking at properties, acquisition is very complex. And I mean by that, it's the product that is for sale is not necessarily the product that you need. And it's important that we look at, sometimes we see apartment buildings that they are becoming available, but again, they will offer 2-bedroom apartments. And again, we need more than that. Having said that, there are others that they will be more suitable. We did an acquisition last year of 311 homes with Minto, from Minto, which were townhouses, which included up to 4 bedrooms apartments. Again, they were suitable, but there are not that many products like that available for sale. To answer your question about readiness, yes, we are ready. If the government of Canada, through their program, has access to funding that can provide us equity, we will be leveraging it, and we will be active in the market to look at those assets that could be made available. We know that REITs also have disposition strategies. They call it repositioning assets, and we're talking with them as well.
Okay. I know Councillor Troster can speak to you about the importance of preserving the existing stock of affordable housing in the city versus building new. So that's something that we'll continue to keep an eye on at OCH. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a few quick questions. Talked about the importance of acquisitions. One of the other things that we often see a deficit in is housing for larger families, and I know it's something that OCH has talked about. It seems to me that part of the challenge is, from a development perspective, it's a lot more economical to build the, 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartment studios. And, there was an opportunity when OCH got some RHI funding to build the units that are being built now on Branch Street in Barrhaven. In your discussions with the federal government, have you talked about the importance of providing that funding for larger family units, or how is OCH addressing this challenge? We're seeing a record number of families that are unhoused, and it's something that isn't often discussed. We often talk about the singles that are unhoused in terms of the shelters, but family homelessness is a significant issue. Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. And I'll make a comment and question on this one. Twofold. First and foremost, yes, you're right. It's not economical to build more than 2 bedrooms. And that's why you see even shoebox type of built, in the private sector sometimes, because at the end of the day, it's, the return on the investment from the square footage that people are after. Having said that, this is not our mandate. Our mandate is to balance, to be efficient in what we do, to monetize and maximize each and every dollars. And what is important to recognize, it's when we are seeking dollars, most of the programs currently, and now that would be the comment, most of the programs are designed around really the number of homes you're building, not the number of bedrooms. And we did just kind of a test at Ottawa Community Housing, just to look at how many bedrooms we have across the portfolio. It's 26,000 bedrooms, so it's massive. But even our sector, housing sector, is not talking about bedrooms. We're talking about homes that we're building, and I think that that's part of maybe helping elevating that narrative to start talking about what do we need in terms of bedrooms in Ottawa and what type of family composition and composition of needs we want to address.
So I think you see that challenge where your mandate is to be economical and to build the number of units, but it's not building the housing we need. I think we see that in other areas as well. And another piece is accessible housing, where because of, upper levels of government ceased to fund social housing 30 years ago, we're seeing people with accessibility needs that perhaps are not, who can only afford to pay what an RGI, rent geared to income unit, would pay. And so we have a mandate to develop new accessible unit from the Government of Canada. And it seems to me there's a bit of a mismatch in terms of the stock that's available at the price that people need. Is that something that you're seeing on the ground at OCH as well?
In terms of the alignment of the programs, it always remains a challenge, and this is why we always encourage governments, all orders of governments, to work together, because for us, as soon as you have harmonization of policies, it's really easier for us to deploy the money and to build, what is required. In terms of the challenges, it is true that when you are building specific design and to service specific needs, but the needs are not necessarily there from a demand point of view. It could be a challenge to do the rent up for us, for instance. We have found very creative ways, and we did work with the agencies, including CMHCs, to allow us to have some exemptions to use that space, because we still know that other families or other groups and other people are also waiting for affordable housing. So it's a matter of, for us, balancing the act on this one. But again, back to your question, it's really about seeking that alignment between the orders of government.
Okay, thanks. And last question, you mentioned the work, or Councillor Kavanagh or Chair Kavanagh mentioned the work being done on complex care. We know there's other initiatives as well on working in collaboration with Healthy at Home and other initiatives coming forward that can perhaps help people to stay in their homes. But that's one of the challenges, is that we're seeing, I noted in the strategic plan documents that are being presented today, the centralized waiting list has grown by over 2,000 units since I first, by 2,000 families since I last looked at it. It's over 14,000 people. So in terms of preventing homelessness and preventing the evictions, other than the complex care initiative, are there other initiatives that OCH is undertaking in order to prevent people from falling into homelessness? Because this is something that you would see regularly, I imagine.
This is another very important point, and in fact, I'm super glad this morning to welcome the Alliance to End Homelessness. They are here in the audience, and we had the opportunity to talk earlier. And in order of preventing homelessness, and I did mention in my speaking notes of people falling back into or re-entering homelessness, we really need to have the proper type of housing and the wraparound services to prevent that type of issue arising. And with the sector also, I'm pleased to report that we have very engaged conversations with different groups, including Shepherds, Mission, and others, to look at better transition between the homelessness and housing and to make it more permanent as a solution than a temporary fix to what it is as of today.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for all the work you're doing in trying to address some of these many challenges.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and for the updates. The Housing Accelerator Fund, something really important to the city, and I was wondering if you could give Council an update on progress for the projects that are benefiting from that fund for OCH.
Thank you, Councillor. So on the Housing Accelerator Fund, as I mentioned, we have advanced close to 1,000 units right now, the construction and advancing under design. The readiness is there for our community housing. It's important to say that there are some sites where it's more complex, more complicated, where you have environmental considerations, or again, back to alignment with other level or orders of government. So for us, those are the sites that we're putting more attention to ensure that we can fast track and streamline the process. But I'm pleased to report that the task force that has been put together by the City of Ottawa is also showing results already. And for us, we need that corridor, I will call it the nexus of approval, but it's important that if we want a fast response, we need to act differently from what we were used to act on before, because otherwise we'll end up in the same results that we had before.
At this point, though, are you on track to meet the deadlines that are required?
So OCH, in fact, all of our projects are on time and on budget. One of the risks was the tariff, but so far tariffs, you know better than me, it's on and off depending on the week or the day or the hour. So, but as far as our exposure is from material or supply chain from the US, it's very limited. So that way we still have controls on our projects and the delivery of those.
Okay, thanks. And I wanted to thank you, Stefan, and your leadership team and the entire team at OCH. It's a big team for all the work you're doing. And just highlight for councillors, we did receive I guess, a summary package from OCH in the last week. And part of it was how councillors can support. So some really good action items and talking points when we have the opportunity to talk to other levels of government and other housing partners in the city. So a good read and good to have that handy. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Excuse-moi, Robert, je peux pas voir.
Thank you. Sorry, Robert, I can't see you. First of all, thank you so much. I'm sitting on a council, on the board. We have also other events such as bingo, and I love being able to meet with youth, talking to them about their future, what they're doing at school. And it's exactly the same thing in the same comment from youth from different portion or location of my ward. This being said, I think we've already talked about it, but personally, I'm not at ease with the pharmacy Respect Direct in my ward. I think we have to talk about it. They sponsor some events. I understand that what they're doing with these pharmacies are doing. Now, we will have a new clinic in Vanier led by a nurse practitioners. What I would love to see is having these nurses going through your buildings, especially when they have we have a lot of issues with diversion in my ward, especially with children around. I don't want to have the promotion of pharma respect care. Thank you so much for your comment, Councillor Plante. Maybe we can see this through, two approaches. First of all, we're not in the safe supply sector. This is above our grade. This is directly linked to healthcare. When we're talking about community events, Pharma Respect is an independent organization. We have no controls. Though what I may say, we have control if we want or not to establish a partnership with them. I think you will be meeting with some member of that team. We want to make sure to protect the vulnerable population within our wards. You talked about youth. We will be publishing soon our youth strategy within Ottawa Community Housing. So we have absolutely no control over pharmacies, whatever pharmacies they're using. We can't make the decision for them. But what we can do is establish a partnership if needed. But actually, I was not aware of that new pharmacy. Oh, it's a new clinic. It's not a pharmacy. It's a new clinic in my ward. We will be asking questions, and I'm going to actually talk in switch language.
We don't want to fall back into uncoordinated care in our properties, in our communities. We've seen that way too long. I spoke about McLaren, having people being in our buildings. So that would be very important that if people have great intention, but again, lack of coordination with other agencies and other groups, that's not something that we will accept. And that's something that we will be, in fact, promoting, building the framework where we have tables of care and coordination of care and access care in our communities and not standalones on that.
No, I understand that. I have a lot of people with very complex needs who live in Ward 12, and we try to do a good job of taking care of them, but I really feel like we fail them in a lot of different ways. But I think at the end of the day, their big moneymaker is Dilaudid, which is made by Purdue Pharma. It is being diverted into the community. And I want to be able to stress that there are other pharmacies that we could be partnering with. There's other medical clinics like the nurse practitioner-led clinic that's going to open in Vanier soon. Mm-hmm. And it would be interesting if we could look at some partnerships with them versus this corporation. I can go into a whole history about why they are problematic. I'll save that for another time, but I just wanted to register my concern about that, and I wanted to emphasize that I understand you have clients with complex needs. We have them all over Ward 12, but we also have families and we have children, and we need to make sure that their well-being and what they're being exposed to is something we could take into consideration. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. It's our commitment to work with you and learn also from the community about their needs on that.
Merci, j'apprécie.
Merci. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here today, Stefan, and for the report. I was happy to hear a couple mentions already about Healthy at Home. We did chat about it a bit at Audit Committee as well, but for colleagues who may not be aware, it's a proposal developed by Ottawa Public Health in collaboration with several community partners and submitted to Ontario Health. And the initiative would provide funding to support 2,000 at-risk residents across 15 Ottawa community housing buildings, offering wraparound support services delivered by integrated health teams to tenants with complex and high acuity needs. So as we continue to advocate for the project to move forward, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on the connection between health and housing and the positive impact you think this initiative could bring to both tenants and the broader community.
Another very important dimension of our reality, I had the privilege to present alongside Ottawa Public Health at the Algonquin College breakfast about the future of health. And it has been recognized by all providers that housing is a determinant of health. And it's clear. You talk to a physician, nurse practitioners, you talk to social workers, everyone will be in agreement that we need to bring cares where people live. Unfortunately, our reality in talking about healthy at home is to recognize that vulnerable communities in Ottawa, not only Ottawa community housing, but any vulnerable communities or lower income communities will have barriers that for many others won't be seeing. Going from, taking an example of a single mom with 3 kids, staying at home, trying to go for her own health care, it's almost impractically possible. And sometimes also they don't have the means of transportation properly. And this is a reality that is quite prevalent in our communities. That's only one example, and I could have hundreds of those. What is also important about, the intersection between healthcare and housing, more and more researchers are being done. I named earlier McMaster University, Professor Alwaga. She's working on a project since 10 years now to show that if you are growing up in a lower income community, your health determinants, your life expectancy will be lower than any other residents in the same community. So there are some elements that they are statistically proven that the outcomes could be changed, could be more positive if, in fact, the proximity of care and the continuum of care was to be closer to the continuum of housing. So that's really the intersection that we're working on. I'm glad to say that we have amazing teams working together, along also with the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Public Health, clearly. Trevor is just fantastic. And honestly, one of our goals for us is really to make sure, again, that people have the proper level of care to the proper level of housing that they are required and need.
Great, thank you for that. I think we are walking the walk as a city in terms of talking about health and housing in one breath, and we'll certainly continue to try and get that proposal over the finish line with the province. But thank you again.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Stefan. Thank you for being here. And I, of course, am very excited about the hundreds of new homes that are being built in my ward at Rochester Heights and at Gladstone Village. My question is, because I know that these buildings are a little bit different because they're mixed income, and also that the federal government is no longer funding rent geared to income housing, or not to the same degree that they used to, how will you ensure that there are enough apartments in those buildings that truly meet people's needs on very limited incomes?
I'm just amazed by the quality of the questions. It's just amazing because it's touching everything that we do daily for all of our teams at OCH. This is important. You touch on one element. Rent geared to income was provincially led, and unfortunately, over the years, it was abandoned. So in the deep end of affordability, there's less and less program for people to have access. Thankfully, we have other sets of programs, but those programs are already the driver of the type of built form that we will have, and that's across Canada. So meaning that depending on the grant that we receive, you build whatever will be suiting the grants and the grant program of the federal government or the provincial government or the municipal governments as well. So it's important, again, back to the alignment earlier that I was referring about, all orders of government. We have to look at the spectrum of housing and look at where are the needs in terms of deep affordability, the missing middle. Let's not forget that we have a generation now that they even have a website, Generation Squeeze, that it's a reality that they are in their late 20s or late 30s, cannot really afford the first home or cannot really afford to live at proximity to where they work. This is their emerging group. And what is important, Councillor Troster, here is the gridlock effect. For every segment of housing and even home ownership to deep affordability, if people are having less and less options to be moving out from the senior living in their homes right now with a 4-bedroom, but being alone, but no options to downsize because you lose money and you lose your equity because you have to jack your rent to go in residence or something like that, you have less and less options. So the gridlock effect of the market is quite significant, and that's why it's important that we unlock at each and every level. But we need to have a good understanding of the inventory of what's available the inventory of the needs and build accordingly.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean, the mixed building model works really well. It's working really well at Rochester Heights Phase 1, and it's worked extremely well with CCOC housing in Centertown. But, you know, again, I know we keep referring to the City Auditor General's report on supportive housing, but I recommend that everyone read it. It's really, really important because we also know that the people in the most need and with the highest needs are not getting housed right now because of a lack of provincial funding to provide the intensive supports. And I also know that leads to chaos and disruption and a really unsafe feeling environment sometimes in Ottawa community housing when people have tremendous unmet needs. So I want to thank you for your work, and I'm very excited about the complex care housing model as well, and I can't wait to see it roll out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Merci, Stéphane. Thank you, Teresa. Thanks for all your leadership on this and for the presentation today. So is that item carried? Thank you. Moving on to item 11.1, update on the 2023 to 2026 city strategic plan. Councillor Johnson, I know you had a direction that you wanted to provide regarding this. Do you want to introduce that now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a direction to staff. I know that my colleagues will have more comments on the substantive parts of the strategic plan, but my interest was around the sophistication of the data analysis provided to council for consideration when it comes to meeting our objectives in the strategic plan. So I understand that, you know, to say that a particular indicator is increasing or decreasing gives us some understanding of the direction of the trend line. What I think is missing is actually the significance of the difference over time for that trend. And there are statistical, you know, analyses that we can put forward onto the data now that the data set is growing to 2026. That will help council to know whether or not we are moving the needle in a significant way, not just whether or not we're moving in the right direction. I think that's something that we can all benefit from in our oversight and decision making. So the direction is that in developing the next strategic plan, all departments apply a statistical analysis to the data set of each performance indicator to determine whether the trend line is significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I just actually had a couple questions about the corporate strategic risks. Would it be okay to ask those? I just, when I was looking at the risks that have been put together, and I don't think I've seen them since July of 2023. And so the risk about post-pandemic, I think that has been changed slightly as proposed to limited, to talk a little bit about downtown and the reduction in federal spending. Correct? That's what was changed for the economic risk?
Yes, that's correct. And I have my colleague here, Chris, who can also answer questions with respect to the corporate risks as well.
Okay, perfect. I guess I was just wondering why that economic risk wasn't a little bit higher level in terms of the fact that we are in this climate of financial uncertainty with tariffs, geopolitical risks, you know, the leadership in the U.S. related to tariffs. And, you know, I guess I feel when looking at this that there's also, you know, we point out, you know, the uncertainty about transit funding, but to me, you know, there's the uncertainty of political funding. We have commitments on uploading LRT. We have commitments on uploading the 174. There's the ongoing question of the PILTs and the federal government. So I'm just wondering why the economic risk was just limited to that portion.
Councillor, I think what's important is you're seeing that change in description of the risk here in front of us today, as well as the addition of a new risk, and that new risk is very specific to transit. So we have carved that out, recognizing that that is a risk to the city, and it's one that we need to mitigate and we need to build plans around. So when you speak about transit and the uploading, all of those pieces fall into those boxes and that evaluation of that risk. When we look at the other risk and kind of carving out sort of what that is that the city is facing, I mean, we're looking at largely what's happening downtown, the impact of, I'm going to say, the foot traffic that is no longer there, what's happening to or may happen to our pilch revenues over time. And the tariffs is something that we're monitoring over time. So we've not seen significant impacts, but those are part of the process in terms of watching and building plans around that.
Okay, so at this time, you don't think that there's any other economic risks that would prevent delivery on the strategic plan?
We're always monitoring, and I think that's what's important. So what you have in front of you today is what we're seeing, what we're highlighting for council as the important risks that we're tracking. We've elevated them in terms of being part of the strategic plan and aligning our results to the strategic plan and our ability to deliver on those. It's not to say that other things couldn't happen. And should those things come to fruition, then we will be in front of you and we will be speaking about those. Those could come in terms of a report. It could come as an update to the corporate risk. So I think there's many ways that you would see it if there was a significant change.
Okay, thanks. And then just, along that same vein, in terms of the risks that were presented in 2023, where we had the increased homelessness, now what we're hearing about when I look at what our strategic priorities in terms of poverty reduction and all these things, we're hearing more and more about the other complex societal factors that impact it. We just had a discussion about many of these as well, and I just wondered about that risk as well, if it's not just the homelessness, but in terms of the social well-being that could actually impact a lot of the risks in the strategic plan as well. If you can just make a comment on that.
I'm going to turn to my colleague, Clara, who has oversight of that risk, just to provide a little bit more color to what we have highlighted in the report.
Thanks, Mayor. In terms of how we report on those risks, we take into consideration the mandate that we have and what we can actually lever together with community partners to address. So you see the poverty reduction plan, the mental health, and other initiatives that we are putting in place so that we can actually activate and show some progress on. And together with community partners, who we also fund to cover other societal concerns, then together we can actually mitigate the risks that are facing us. And we continue, as the city manager has explained, we continue to monitor regularly.
Okay, thanks. So can I just ask you, Wendy, I guess, when will we as a council see the corporate risks again? Like, will they come through audit? Do they come through FinCor? Can you just remind me of when we'll see them again?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As directed by council, we brought the strategic plan forward with the commitment to report midway through the term. We will also come back at the end of the term with an update. So if there is a change at that point in time, we will bring that. But as I said, should something change significantly, we will be before you before that.
Okay, thanks. And then I just had one question on the scorecard results summary, if that's possible. I think it would probably a question from Mr. Chenier. There is a priority that a city that has affordable housing and more livable. The objective is aligning parks, recreation, and cultural facility, new development and renewal of existing assets with population growth, and with consideration for prioritizing the needs of economically disadvantaged neighborhoods. And the performance indicator is number of new parks, recreation, and cultural facilities. I see that as 9A and 9B in the scorecard, the same thing, or number of renewed parks, recreation. But to me, that doesn't really address the economically disadvantaged neighborhoods. Counting the number of parks we create, counting the number of renewed parks, doesn't seem to me that's a holistic measure. So can you speak to actually what performance indicators we are using in order to help those economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, what the work's being done and how that's being measured outside of this? It just seems to be a mismatch.
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is right that in terms of the global numbers provided in this, it doesn't give a good indication of which ones of those correlate to priority neighborhoods. However, embedded in the programs that look at renewal and new construction are priority setting parameters that do help us direct so that if you look at all of the, for example, many of the grants programs that we've applied to, much of our success has been in the renewal of facilities and parks that service priority neighborhoods. But I do agree that there is perhaps a way to refine that data to better tease out the achievements that are specifically related to priority neighborhoods.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dan. And I do think it's a concern, and it's something that I've addressed before. If you have a neighborhood with areas that have low socioeconomic that are on the neighborhood equity index as neighborhoods that are in need, and you have no access to fundraising, so you can't use major minor capital grants, you have no access to CIL dollars. In a case like mine, where I'm still paying for the commitments of the last councillor and I'm constantly in a negative balance, I can't. There are no mechanisms to improve for those areas, and so I think it is something that we need to have measures on how we are contributing to helping those areas. You know, hate to mention this, but in Herongate, I still have my community center closed. So, you know, I'm in desperate need of refurbishment of all of my parks and areas within there. And, you know, we give funding through minor and major capital to very wealthy areas who have the ability to fundraise. I see money go to outdoor classrooms in the glebe where parents have the ability to fundraise, and I can't put that money into my community when it's so. I think it is something that we really need to refine those measures. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd prepared some longer comments, but I'm going to condense it. I really think it's important to highlight around transit. This report in front of us in all areas of the city, I think sometimes it's easy to lose focus of what we've accomplished. Like, there's so many things we need to do, so many things we need to improve, but I wanted to highlight a few things on the transit side that have already happened this term that are significant. Things like the O train last year, 98.8% service delivery, which is the first time we've reached that milestone of reliability. And there have been a recent month where I think we were at 99.9% reliability. So we've come a long way on line 1. The successful launch of line 2 and line 4. I think it's running so well right now, we almost take it for granted, but that's a huge accomplishment to launch that in the way that we did, and having that run so successfully so early on. The target of service delivery at 99.5% for buses. We're not there yet, but we've had a very successful and ambitious recruiting campaign. There's the bus maintenance action plan that's in effect, and the new network redesign. The transition that we're making from diesel to electric buses. There are 26 buses on the road right now, and that's growing to 350 in 2027. We are replacing our paratranspo fleet. This council approved 92 new minibuses, and many of those will be delivered by the end of this year. There's already some in service. We are serving now 850,000 paratranspo trips a year. That was the number in 2024. So we need those new buses. And then technology, the O payment for credit and debit cards. We're a leader in Canada on that and in North America, and a lot of the new improvements in the bus tracking technology as well. So I think it's important to highlight that. We've got a long way to go with other transit initiatives, but there's been a lot done this term. And again, the link that transit has to all of the priorities for this term of council, access to housing, to employment, economic development, the impact on sustainability and climate change, and of course, mobility in the city. So I want to thank, j'aimerais remercier René Amilcar et son équipe. Thank you to the senior leadership team.
Thank you very much, René Amilcar and her team.
And everyone at OC for working 24 hours a day, every single day of the year to keep our city moving. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for staff for preparing this midterm report and report card. It's very important for us to see progress to date, what's outstanding, some of the perhaps yellow flags, and an opportunity to have an open public discussion like this. So thank you. But really, we have a lot of priorities and we have a lot of strategic priorities, and thanks to all staff, all hands on deck for tackling such a large document and set of priorities. So thank you. I want to piggyback on Chair Gower's comments. He's right. There are a lot of positives coming out of OC Transpo. And despite the fact that we focus on a lot of the time some of the challenges, he is correct that there have been a number of positives in that regard. I maintain that, you know, our budget challenges and bus reliability, things I raise at the commission, are two priorities that I think continue that require our focus, and I know they will be. And my other thing that I want to flag here today is my concerns with the downtown revitalization, something I've raised a number of times. And I acknowledge the Downtown Ottawa Action agenda that's being led by the Board of Trade, and I know the city's certainly engaged on this. I just want to be reminded how the city holds the Board of Trade accountable for making progress. We've delegated the leadership of the Downtown Ottawa Action Plan to the Board of Trade. I know the city is engaged and part of the group. But if we're not hitting milestones, if we're not making progress, if we're not seeing action, particularly downtown, which I separate from the Byward Market, how do we move forward in that regard?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what's important to note around the downtown revitalization and the efforts that are happening down there is it is not one entity that is pushing that agenda forward. We recognize around the table that there are multiple stakeholders that have responsibility and accountability in terms of the results. So while the city sits around that table, there are many others that also sit around that table. The Board of Trade, obviously, we've got the federal government there, we've got business owners, and you know, we've all signed up to make things better and to hold ourselves to make changes downtown. So in that sense, it's really that table that is pushing the issues forward to make things happen.
I appreciate that. I guess at the end of the day, my challenge is business owners aren't held accountable. Board of Trade, I don't know who they're accountable to, but people of Ottawa know they can go to their elected officials and hold us accountable. And this is not just on the Downtown Ottawa Action Plan, this is on any matter. I'm keenly following the progress, the reports. I know through FinCor we get economic updates. When is the next economic update for the city scheduled for FinCor meeting?
Mr. Mayor, that would be in January of 2026.
Okay. And are we as a city keeping track of the number of federal public servant jobs that exist in the NCR?
Mr. Mayor, I would have to circle back on that. I do believe the team collects that information. I don't have that on hand.
Excellent. I think that's one of many metrics. The 18.5 million that the province announced as part of the Ottawa Ontario agreement, a 3-year agreement for downtown and the Byward Market. Can I just be reminded, have funds been allocated specifically for the downtown sector of this agreement? And if so, what have they gone towards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there have been funds that have been allocated to the downtown sector. There are a number of different initiatives. There is funding, in fact, to support the implementation of the downtown action agenda as well. And so that supported the creation of a vibrancy office, which does track the implementation of those items. That's one example. There is also funding that supports public realm work in the downtown area. There's work to support businesses to support businesses in terms of having effective communications with individuals who may be dealing with addictions or the unhoused population. So those are just some examples. There's significant funding in there as well, as you would be aware, for the Byward Market revitalization.
Excellent, thank you. I guess my last point is Confederation Heights is a major federal government complex that's mostly located in River Ward. Some of it's in Capital Ward. We're going through a 25-year master plan now. And when I toured the site last winter with Canada Lands officials, there were buildings occupied at that point, which are now vacant. There are 3 major buildings, federal government buildings, in this campus of buildings, which are now empty. There's nothing in them. They're serving no purpose. And as part of this master plan that's being developed and the evolution of the site, we'll find out whether these buildings are repurposed or used for something else. But my point is, thousands of people used to work in these buildings. I don't know where these folks are now, whether they've just been reassigned to other sites within Ottawa, or whether their units or divisions have been reallocated across Canada. But I remain very concerned about what the medium-term plans are for the #1 employer in the city, the federal government. It's still unclear to me what their presence is going to be like downtown. And when the Board of Trade hosts City Building Summit and the #1 employer doesn't come to the summit to share their vision, that's a huge concern for me. But all this to say, the report before us today is well received, and the updates are very important, and I appreciate the work that staff is leading on, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I too had some longer remarks that I was going to share, but I'm going to keep it quick in the interest of time, and I just want to say thank you to staff, not just for the process, which I think has been very, very productive when we created and then followed through on our term of council priorities, but also on the results and the progress that has been achieved to date. I'm really pleased to see the progress on a number of critical areas for the future of our city, so thank you for that. I also want to thank my colleagues on council for their hard work and collaboration in moving all of these important areas forward through committee work and other initiatives, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work on all of these priorities for the rest of this term. So, is that item carried? Okay. Let's move on to item 13.1, the municipal support resolution for the South March BESS project. And I know we have a couple of motions related to this, so perhaps we could introduce the motions and then open it up to questions and discussion. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion can get on the screen there, and it reads, whereas in 2023, the Independent Electricity Systems Operator, IESO, undertook the long-term one request for proposals, LT1 RFP, seeking new energy capacity, including battery electric storage systems, BESS. And whereas in 2024, 2 projects proposed within the limits of the City of Ottawa were awarded contracts by the IESO. And whereas in 2023, 1 facility, Trail Road BESS, was granted by Council its necessary municipal support resolution, MSR, to move forward. However, another facility, Fitzroy BESS, was not granted an MSR by Council. And whereas Council's decision to not grant an MSR to the proposed Fitzroy BESS facility was due to concerns respecting the appropriateness of the specific site and the approach undertaken with respect to consultation. And whereas since that time, the proponent has engaged in additional consultation with the community, and whereas the proposed site has been moved by roughly 13 kilometers away from the initial location, with the new project facility now being referred to by the proponent as the South March BESS, and whereas these changes substantially alter the nature of the proposed project, and whereas the proponents of the South March BESS facility must provide proof of municipal support to the IESO prior to January 26, 2026, in order for the project proponents to meet their contractual obligations with the IESO and for the project to proceed. And whereas, given the long history of this project, it is appropriate for Council to provide certainty to the proponents of the South March BESS facility now as to whether they will meet their contractual requirements with the IESO. And whereas an MSR is a preliminary approval step, is not a planning approval, and if approved, would not commit Council to any future land use decisions with respect to the facility. And whereas if an MSR is approved by Council, additional reporting requirements and consultation would be required in accordance with the Planning Act. And whereas the Province of Ontario, the IESO, and local hydro utilities have recognized and affirmed the critical role that battery energy storage systems will play in ensuring energy certainty and reliability as electricity demands in the Ottawa region will continue to exponentially grow over the next 20 years. And whereas these systems are essential to meeting the growing electricity demands of both the City of Ottawa and the province as new infrastructure is built and transitioned to a more resilient, low-carbon energy future. And whereas key economic sectors rely on predictable and consistent access to energy in order to function, attract new investment, and create jobs in Ottawa, and whereas a rejection of the South March BESS MSR could result in a loss of hundreds of millions of dollars of direct and indirect investment in Ottawa, therefore be it resolved that Committee Recommendation 1 be replaced with the following text. Approve the request for a municipal support resolution, MSR, for the South March BESS project, and be it further resolved that staff be directed to submit any and all information required by the IESO in order to provide evidence of municipal support as approved by Council. So, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to do my introductory reports now? All right, so I thought what might be helpful is sort of a, connecting the dots kind of high-level comment. There's a metaphor that we are using quite a lot, I think, in many industries in Ottawa, but also around the world. And the metaphor is energy is the new gold. And it says a lot, actually. And I take councillors to our 4 term of council priorities. So our 4 term of council priorities, we know them well, but climate change and resiliency. You can see how an additional new green source going into our grid every day, taking from solar at night off the grid, storing it in the battery, sending it out in the day in high peak demand makes our grid greener. It helps us to achieve one of our term of council priorities. Economic development, energy is the new gold. It enables new sectors to expand and it attracts and keeps businesses here in Ottawa, creating and keeping tens of thousands of jobs. Transportation, our LRT and its expansion, our electric bus fleet, our city fleet, all of these require additional energy sources, so it helps with all of our transportation goals. And housing. Now, this is one that I don't think people can see the connection, but I will talk to you very quickly about pension funds. And of course, my favorite being the teachers' pension fund, has $244 billion in its purview, and it invests $33 billion last year, mostly and now to be in the future only for green energy projects. So that's predominantly housing projects. So when a developer goes to look for funding, they go to the pension funds, they go to the REITs, and they're looking for green investment. So we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars of investment if we have projects that are considered green energy producing or green energy industries. So I just want to highlight one other component. For the technology sector, for which, Canada North is a big part of it, but I will tell you that there are 570 companies in the tech park. There's 1,800 across Ottawa. It's not just Canada. So they need more power, green power, redundant power, and new power.
You are at time, but I know that the motion was really long, so if you want to take a few seconds to wrap up.
Thank you. I actually only have one other thing to say. So when you think about what types of technology we have and the energy needs they need, this is actually a matter, and I don't mean to be dramatic because it's actually true based on what our technology sector provides. It is a matter of national security because of the data sovereignty possibilities, the semiconductor industry, and many other industries that help our defense sector operate. So if you support our term of council priorities and you support national sovereignty, national security, you need to support this MSR.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. If it's okay, I'll go to Councillor Dudas next, just because she has another motion, and then that way everybody can speak to and discuss the motions. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is in regards to the second recommendation that came out of ARAC. I'm adding a line. It is to amend it, but because it came from committee, it has to be a motion. So I will read everything that came out of ARAC and just highlight the portion that I'm asking to be added. So approve that staff, in the event this project proceeds, be directed to request that the South March BESS project proponent fulfill its stated intent to establish a community development fund by entering into a host municipality responsibility agreement with the City of Ottawa. This is the new line, consistent with other host municipality responsibility agreements previously entered into by the city. And then the remainder is what we saw in the recommendation, through which the proponent would provide an amount of at least $250,000 per year with the goal to achieve a higher amount if possible for a period of not less than 20 years. The finalization and execution of such agreement shall be approved by council with recommendations to be provided as to the allocation and disbursements of such funds. The rationale behind this is for clarity. It's we have agreements of this nature. We have this with our Trail Road landfill, and it's to make sure that when staff come back to council with what has been negotiated, it is in line with what we have already seen and agreed to. So I put that before you today.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this item again. I want to start by thanking our colleagues. Mr. Mayor, 2 weeks ago, our urban and suburban colleagues voted unanimously to send this matter back to ARAC, which is exactly where it should have gone, and I'm very pleased that it did. This happened without a lot of fanfare and without any arm twisting, and so very thankful that our colleagues wanted to ensure that our rural constituents had the opportunity to speak to this item again. I also want to thank the members of the Rural Affairs Committee, Mr. Mayor, who sat through a 10-hour committee meeting to ensure that everyone who wanted to speak on this item got the opportunity to do so. I don't consider this to be an urban versus rural issue. I don't consider it to be that because we know that there are going to be projects coming forward in the urban area. And when they come forward, I anticipate that our urban colleagues will have to face many of the challenges that your rural colleagues are facing on this file today. I don't think it's any one member of council's fault that we're here today. I place the concern with the process squarely with the province and the IESO. The goalposts were moved midstream, which is why we have such consternation from our neighbors up in Ward 5. We were told one thing and a different thing happened. And I understand that municipalities are creatures of the province, and I understand that if it is the will of the province to change their mind and do something different, then that's something that we need to live with. We need to adapt to it, and we need to move forward, which is what we're doing today. I would hope that in the future that there's more clarity around projects and how they receive MSRs. We know that there are more projects, procurement opportunities rather, coming online and coming forward from the province. And I think all municipalities are likely looking for that assurity as to how the process is going to roll out and how decisions will be made at the local level. Today, I'm going to be voting to deny the MSR. I'm not voting to deny the MSR because I believe that the technology doesn't belong in Ottawa. It does, and we heard that last week at committee. We know that there are grid stability challenges that are going to have to be addressed, and we need to implement those measures. I'm going to vote to deny the MSR because I'm not satisfied with the changes at the provincial level that have led us here today. As council will recall, we approved a project in my ward, and so there is a role and there are appropriate locations in Ottawa to host sites such as this, but I think having strong community backing is important when we consider these moving forward. Colleagues, I hope when the next project comes forward from a proponent that we take the opportunity to review it. If it's in the rural area, certainly at ARAC. And I don't think we're going to have that challenge moving forward. So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I appreciate Councillor Kelly's leadership on the file. I appreciate my rural colleagues spending not one meeting, not 2, 3, now 4 meetings talking about this file. And I think we're going to see more and more of this come forward as the province tries to grapple with the energy crisis that's coming. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, as Councillor Brown just said, for shepherding some long meetings and conversations on this, and to our colleague, our local councillor, Kelly. I'm just wearing my EPPS chair hat with my question today, and that is about the capacity of our fire service to address emergencies in this area should this facility be built. A number of residents have written to me with this key question, and I feel it's my obligation to pursue that today. And I'm very happy to see Chief out here today. Thank you, Chief, for coming. So in that regard, what are the risks, Chief? You've probably heard them. I believe you were at the committee meeting last week, and you can sort of weed through which ones are, I'm not trying to lessen the risks, but you can, I think, articulate for us today the risks that could exist, how your service will address those risks, your ability to tackle fires, suppress fires, and what might be risks to some of the abutting or neighboring residents, businesses, schools that exist in that neck of the woods? If you could please comment, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that question. I think first I'll start by saying the Ottawa Fire Service certainly does have very highly trained and professional fire service members. Nationally and internationally, we're recognized as a metro fire service. So in Ontario, we're the second largest fire service, and within our training and our elements, we have a very technical hazmat, which is a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear and explosive hazmat team that we have at our disposal. So we're within the city of Ottawa, we're extremely fortunate to have the skill sets and the expertise that we have in our community. Any development of this size always comes with risks. What we look at when it comes to a site plan agreement or an application, we have to try to mitigate those risks. So for me to sit here and say there's never going to be an emergency or a potential emergency, I can't say that. So prevention is the most important, and I think that starts with the onset of the application, where when we look at what those risks are, how can we mitigate those? We've heard a lot of discussion regarding fire. It's in an area where there's no hydrants, and just for council today, 80% of our rural area, we don't have hydrants, and we have a very robust and reliable tanker shuttle accreditation system that we deliver water that's equivalent to a hydrant delivery. So when it comes to, is the fire service equipped to deliver water in these areas? We absolutely are. We do it every day now for any significant fire or incident that we have in rural areas of Ottawa today. Going back to site plan agreement, we've talked a lot about environmental concerns, which are very valid. Those are all aspects that at the application process, how can we mitigate any potential water runoff, for example, or mitigation of any environmental concerns? And there are proposals where you could line the areas very similar to Maryville Road, the tank farms. So there's certain applications that can be applied, a membrane to prevent that migration of potentially contaminated water. So you'll hear me repeat time and time again is the prevention is at the onset of this application, where we sit down with the expertise, the fire engineers, and we come up with a system that's going to best suit the proponent, but also equally the city as well as the residents. So hopefully I was able to answer most of your questions, but happy to answer anything further.
Thank you, Chief. That's helpful. So just on the note of, you had mentioned lack of hydrant infrastructure in the immediate area. So would this type of facility not trigger the need for that type of investment, probably at the cost of the proponent? But is that a requirement? Is it not a requirement? What would trigger that type of investment to upgrade the hydrant facilities?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that question. A lot of the industry infrastructure that we see today do have to have some kind of on-site firefighting. It may not be, with your traditional hydrant, if you will, on a municipal system. It may be reservoirs for that initial fire attack, for that official assessment. So based on what we're seeing, chances are we'll require some kind of on-site water reservoir for firefighting purposes until we have time to set up our very robust tanker shuttle accreditation. Okay, thank you. And finally, but you're also engaged in the site plan. Should this pass and we move down towards a site plan process, the Ottawa Fire Services, I would assume, would be part of that, and you would have input into the types of layout, including, stormwater pond or reservoir that you're saying that could be built to assist in the case of emergency. Yes, we are at the very onset. We work very closely with the planning department, and we are at the table at the onset to discuss, fire emergency plans, fire safety plans, What does the layout look like in the event that there is a fire? You know, what are the tactics we're going to use based on the site that's and based on the technology that's before us? So yes, we are.
Finally, okay, thank you. And then finally, if this facility is built, would you then go out there on day one to meet with staff and go through emergency procedures? Do you have a checklist that you go through, particularly given that there are risks, as you've acknowledged? What type of process would you do in this case?
Yes, absolutely. And well in advance of any go live date or the opening of a complex or a facility of this nature, and very similar to what we do with a lot of our facilities, is we'll do a pre-planning. We'll have, and in particular, there has to be site-specific training for this site, which will be done well in advance of any opening of this facility.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone who watched the committee meeting, or at least part of it, understands probably how difficult this decision was for me. As the representative of a rural community, I've witnessed the loss of countless hectares of agricultural land to development in my area. But it does make me deeply concerned about the continued erosion of our farmed lands. And this is a relatively new concept, battery energy storage. So for the residents of South Carleton, you can tell West Carleton, it's been a source of real fear and uncertainty. And I have great empathy for them. They're being asked to accept a major change in land use that they could have never imagined would show up quite literally in their backyards. So I want to emphasize what Councillor Brown did. It was very important that this matter was referred to ARAC. We needed to hear directly from residents to better understand their concerns, and I want to thank him for chairing a very long and challenging meeting. It was emotional, but an important one where we got to hear a diversity of perspectives. This is among the first applications of this kind in Ottawa, but it certainly won't be the last. We heard that very clearly from Hydro Ottawa. And like we've seen with planning files, when the province decides something is a priority, it often moves forward, sometimes regardless of what we think. And I worry that if we at the municipal level aren't willing to offer solutions, that will be cut out of the process altogether. And I see that as a significant risk for rural Ottawa as these projects continue to come forward. Because I do think that battery energy storage is part of our future. And I think it's going to require collaboration across the board in advancing it. But as Councillors Kelly at committee and Councillor Brown have rightly pointed out, the IESO failed us here. If this is going to be a provincial priority, if battery storage is essential to stabilizing our grid and supporting economic growth, which I do believe it is, we need leadership from the province too. And it can't continue to fall solely on the shoulders of municipal councillors. That has been very unfair, and it's left local communities feeling unheard and unsupported. And I also want to say that I know the residents of West Carleton have been heartened by having a great champion in their corner. I think Councillor Kelly did everything in his power to stop this. It's incredibly challenging to be a ward councillor facing an issue of this significance for your community. But I hope everyone around the table can appreciate that this kind of change is jarring for rural communities. At the same time, we are trying to respond to an overlapping housing crisis, a deepening food security crisis, and an emerging energy crisis. And all of these critical issues demand land. So they all carry weight. And I want us to remember that as we go forward. We're learning about this technology in real time, all of us. When this application first came to us, we didn't know what we know now. Since then, more due diligence has been done. When we first considered these MSRs, Ottawa Fire Services was asking for more time. Today, they have a much better understanding of the risks, the response, and the safeguards in place. We just heard that from the chief. And we at council have done work on the official plan amendment, on the zoning requirements for principal use and accessory use best. So I'm not sure we need to be as apprehensive about battery energy storage as we have been. But I think it's been challenging because we're all learning. As counselors, we're learning, as community members, we're learning, and anything new can be scary. So I will end with this. To any future proponents, please learn from this experience, engage the community early and sincerely, because consultation cannot be an afterthought. And I think this particular project did not have to be as challenging as it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by saying that I believe in the need for this project. There's no doubt in my mind that battery energy storage systems like this will be essential as we transition to a cleaner, more reliable grid. I want to support this project, but I also have to be honest about how we got here and what that means for public trust. I don't believe that the residents of Councillor Kelly's ward were properly consulted when the proposed location changed. That matters. Regardless of how strong the business case is, how safe the technology may be, or how well it fits into the broader energy goals of the city and of the province, people deserve to be informed and engaged, especially when plans shift in the middle of a process. I also don't believe that the risks and benefits were clearly articulated. I think proponents assume that the public would have the same level of technical understanding and trust in the industry that they do. It's not realistic. Communication is critical, and on that point, Evolution failed. To their credit, they did a wonderful job at committee. They showed up prepared and spoke to concerns directly. But that kind of effort needed to be present throughout the entire process, not just at the 11th hour. Public engagement cannot be an afterthought. We heard through the Rural Summit that rural residents feel disconnected and at times disrespected by city's processes. That frustration was voiced loud and clear, and it's something we committed to fixing. This project, being the first major rural file following the Rural Summit, was an opportunity to demonstrate that we had heard those concerns and that we are acting on them. Unfortunately, it became an example of exactly what residents have said they're tired of: decisions being made without them and communication arriving too late. Councillor Kelly was presented with a major challenge here, one that would be difficult for any of us to navigate. This was an unprecedented situation for him, and I'm sure that he's learned many valuable lessons throughout the course of this file, but I will not pass judgment on how he handled it. My comments today are not about blame, and they're not about process, trust, or how we can do, it's about how we can do better moving forward. This is new technology, and when we adopt new tools, especially ones that are unfamiliar to residents, it's even more important to make space for questions, concerns, and learning. So while I support this project in principle, I cannot simply vote in favor without making it perfectly clear that resident voices must matter when new technology is introduced and when changes are made mid-process. We owe that to our communities and to the integrity of the decision-making of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mayor. 18 months ago in this very room, we denied granting an MSR for this project. That decision was unanimous, and it was based on the same concerns I'm hearing today from the community where this is proposed. Then the IESO did something that they have said they will never do again. They granted a contract to a proposal where the community very clearly demonstrated that it was uncomfortable with the scale, location, and risk-benefit analysis, and where an MSR was denied by this council. The IESO then granted the company 20 months to find that support and approve their proposal to get that MSR. And I'll give the company some credit that they looked for a new location to try and find and demonstrate that support. But the community most impacted by this installation has reached out in overwhelming numbers to demonstrate they remain uncomfortable with what is being proposed and where it is being proposed. And not one single other municipality in Ontario has been put in this position we find ourselves in today. And frankly, it's not fair to my ward and to those who call it home, or to those of you who have been asked to support this. This should bother everyone who sits around this table. My message today is a fairly simple one. My community is not a bunch of NIMBYs or rural residents who are resistant to change. We understand that for a multitude of reasons, we must diversify our sources of energy and strengthen our grid with technologies such as battery energy storage. If you took the time to watch the ARAC meeting last Thursday, where we heard from 70 delegates, you would have heard some concerns raised by locals around fire and emergency response, location, well water contamination, as well as some deep disappointment in the consultation process. But what you didn't hear even once was a single Ward 5 resident say there is no place for this technology in our city or even in our rural areas. No one said, we don't think the idea of storing power at off-peak times and giving it back to the grid at peak demand is an idea worth exploring. What they did say was, our simple questions have not been answered. They said this is not the place for a project of this nature. How will a fire be handled? How would we evacuate the adjacent community with one road in and one road out? They asked, can we see the results of the studies you claimed were completed? These questions were never answered. Not only have they not been answered, but the process promised to my residents from the applicant was sidestepped with a walk-on motion brought here 2 weeks ago to satisfy the demands of the provincial government to the benefit of the applicant. I will never accept that what has occurred here over the last 2 weeks was in any way appropriate or acceptable. Not a single person has been able to explain to me why this needed to happen in June, and even more concerning is why we needed to waive the rules of procedure to do it. 8 months does not constitute something that is time sensitive. Without any real explanation, we are left to fill in the blanks ourselves. And I got an email yesterday from a constituent who found the LT1 contract details, and it does appear that there are bonus clauses for having this done early to the tune of $83,000 a day. It is, of course, actions like this that reinforce the feeling that residents have that their voice doesn't matter and that the consultation process is meaningless. It isn't just 2,000 residents who have signed a petition, which includes the signature of my predecessor. It's the Friends of the Carp Hills, the Ontario Farmers Association local chapter. It's the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre, which I know many of you work with regularly. The Carleton Landowners Association. When we talked at the first Rural Summit in 16 years about making sure the rural voice is heard, this is exactly what we were talking about. If West Carleton was its own municipality, this project would not get an MSR for this location. In this case, the rural voice is clear, and it isn't saying no to BESS. It's saying no to this applicant in this location. And I will ask you to vote no against the MSR to let this process play out as originally planned and let them find a proper location for a project of this scale. Rather than shoving this down the throat of Ward 5, let's ensure that what we said at the Rural Summit is more than just lip service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Dudas or Councillor Curry, if you wanted to wrap up on.
I have a quick wrap up just for a few thank yous. I just want to thank staff very much for all of your help and efforts trying to get as much information out as you could. Chief Hutt, thank you very much for all the meetings you've attended and the information and the FAQs you've provided. Hydro Ottawa for reinforcing about a year and a half ago, and Bryce Conrad in particular to this council just how important our energy crisis is for all of us. To cafes, because they did so much work trying to myth bust and make sure there was proper and appropriate information out for everyone. The Ottawa Climate Action Fund has been beyond helpful holding sessions, and thank you very much to my council colleagues who came out to listen and learn about the battery energy storage projects. Associate Minister Sam Osteroff, who's in charge of intensive industries, really appreciated that he came out and listened to the technology companies so he could understand very specifically their needs. And very appreciative of the letters we received this morning and yesterday from Invest Ottawa, the KNBA, and the chief of the Algonquins Pikwakanagan First Nation. Minister Lecce spoke yesterday to the group that was looking at also our energy needs at the Energy Symposium yesterday. Very helpful to get a bigger perspective, and I would encourage everyone to listen to those words. And finally, thank you, Mayor Sutcliffe, for all of your help and all of the time you've taken to listen to the companies and understand this at a very high level. And my last comments will be the consultation will now begin. And that is a very important thing for everyone to realize. If this MSR is approved, there are a number of other steps to come where there will be considerable consultation, and the types of issues that the community is worried about will be addressed. And thank you, Chief Hutt, for making that very clear. There is a lot more to come on this. This is the beginning, not the end. So I encourage you to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Dudas, do you need to wrap up? No? Okay. So let's vote first on the Councillor Curry motion. If we could have a recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Desroches.
Wait.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Hughley,
Yes.
Conseillère Plante,
Oui.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes?
Councillor Leeper,
We.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
Twenty yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you. And then on Councillor Dudas's motion, don't know if we need a recorded vote on that. Is that carried? Oh, yep.
Carried.
Okay, carried. Okay, and then the item as amended, is that carried?
Dissent.
Dissent?
Same. Dissent.
Okay, 3 dissents. Okay. Moving to item 17.1, the 2025 asset management plans. And Councillor Dudas, I believe you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Transportation Services Asset Management Plan identifies 12,758 lane kilometers of city-owned roads. Whereas the Transportation Services AMP identifies the average age of all roads in Ottawa as 45 years, whereas of this, local roads represent about 40% of the length of the total road network. Whereas the AMPs serve as strategic tools connecting asset data, service levels, risk management, and long-term financial planning. Whereas the Transportation Services AMP forecasts $3.063 billion, solely in renewal needs for paved roads over the next 10 years. Whereas previous direction from Council, identified through the long-range financial plans and asset management plans, stated that projects recommended for renewal are prioritized based on a risk-based assessment of priority needs and available funding. Whereas a prioritization model that treats all classes equally and applies the same risk-based assessment will inevitably always lead to the prioritization of arterial and collector roads over local roads, specifically residential roads. Whereas this model has inadvertently created a systemic problem in how the city approaches road resurfacing, whereby local roads are unable to compete against arterial roads for the same limited pool of funding. Whereas beginning in 2026, Council will receive an annual assessment management progress report, as well as an asset management plan update starting in 2028 and every 4 years thereafter. Therefore, be resolved that as part of the next update to the asset management plan and the long-range financial plans in 2028, staff provide a full assessment of our current infrastructure prioritization model, specifically looking at the impacts on the different road classes, as well as sidewalks and multi-use pathways, and that staff identify advantages, disadvantages to the model. Be it further resolved that staff include recommendations and identify what would be required to ensure that local roads are able to be properly maintained in their own right, without having to compete with arterial roads for the same funding. Be it further resolved that where feasible, future reporting and transportation asset management plans and long-range financial plans include a detailed analysis of road asset condition, including a fulsome breakdown and analysis of the different conditions between the different road classes.
Did you want to speak to it?
I can speak quickly to this. I had mentioned when we were talking about this at committee that I was going to be bringing forward a motion, and I think that, you know, we as councillors receive many comments from our residents, emails, asking about when their local road will be redone, when their local sidewalk or multi-use path will be redone. And we're constantly having to respond back that, you know, it might be on a list somewhere, but it's not meeting the criteria to be done in the next couple of years. We're looking at a window of 10 or 20 or further afield. We know that we have always based our prioritization of funding on this risk-based approach, and that has been the right way to do it. But we cannot then prioritize our residential roads in the same fashion it means that we're not funding them in a manner that makes sense. So what I'm asking to be done is for this issue to receive a thoughtful discussion, one that is informed by data and analysis from staff. And with this motion, I'm asking staff to look at the existing framework as a whole, assess the strengths and weaknesses of how we prioritize this funding, and return with options that we can disregard, remain with status quo, or we can, build upon, so that we as a council can make an informed decision on how we fund our local roads going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I definitely agree we need a strategy for local roads. The road that I live on is atrocious. I talk about this a lot. I can send anyone a picture. But what I don't want to see is pillaging the budget for rural arterials or roads needed for growth for local roads, because my understanding is there was direction given and then a consultant actually agreed that prioritizing what we're prioritizing is the right move right now.
Mr. Mayor, yes, so what I can confirm is that we have two analysis. So we did have the Auditor General report from last year, who did the roads value for money audit and confirmed that our prioritization framework is consistent with other municipalities. And we do have a technical report where we're taking a look at that even more fully. That continues to validate our prioritization criteria.
Yeah, because my view is that we need a bigger budget for roads. Like, I don't think we can rob Peter to pay Paul. And so what I'm asking, I guess, is your interpretation of the motion that you're being asked to find a new stream of revenue, or are you again being asked to look at how can we shift the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How we interpret and the discussions that we have had with the councillor is to take a look at a wide range of technical scenarios that would include within envelope, outside of envelope, what does that look like, and what are the impacts. Part of the advantage of having the asset management plans as we have them is that it's a fulsome set of information and how different funding strategies can be applied. So we also need a partnership with our finance colleagues to also take a look at, with the technical scenarios, we also need to take a look at what are the possible funding strategies as well. And it's essentially an assessment, fulsome assessment, that we would come back to committee and council on what are the advantages and disadvantages as listed in the motion.
So in the future, committee and council will receive options, and then there will be a discussion and a new direction potentially could be set.
That is correct. Okay. So there is no council decision being made as part of this motion that would become forward in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think any review, a logical answer that we may get is we need to put more money into critical infrastructure, not less. I agree with Councillor Kitts' point. We don't want to be robbing Peter to pay for Paul, and I certainly appreciate the motion being brought forward. Always having more information on the table is better than having less. I know in the rural area, we don't have large community centers. We don't have a city infrastructure that you may find in the urban area, and that's okay. I'm not asking for it. But what we do have are roads and thousands of kilometers of roads. So I want to make sure that anything that comes forward has that rural lens on it, because I'm never going to have a Minto rec complex or a nice new rec complex that Riverside South is going to get. Not that my area or any rural area would ever benefit or, I guess, qualify for that. But we can't get away from roads. And the commentary that I most often hear from my constituents is, why can't you just pave my road? I don't have bus service. I don't have a community center. I don't have city water or sewer. All I get is garbage pickup. Sometimes a snowplow comes by in the winter, and then pothole filling in the summer months. So looking forward to seeing the information, but my expectation is that we will not see a decrease in the funding allocated to rural road renewal. And my one question How will this review impact the new Ottawa deal and the $50 million that we received from the province for rural road renewal?
Mr. Mayor, so this wouldn't have any impact on that Ontario-Ottawa deal. The Ontario-Ottawa deal is quite scriptive in terms of where that money needs to go. That $50 million is secured to the rural investment, and that will continue.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. And my other question, Cyril, if you don't mind, are we going to see a decrease in the city's contribution because we're receiving funds from the province, or are we going to see the provincial funding layered on top of the municipal contribution for rural road renewal?
Mr. Mayor, so again, our budget is approved on an annual basis. So in 2024, we had earmarked funding for rural roads. And then the Ontario-Ottawa deal came in after that. So that kind of, gave us extra money. In 25 and 26 budget, we were able to use that provincial funding for exclusive rural roads and still tack on to our additional plans that we already had in place for rural roads.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor. I certainly applaud strategies to get us to a better point where we can tackle what we all agree on, and that is our road network needs additional investment. The challenge to date is we have this council-approved policy that I'm paraphrasing that basically states, 90 or so % of our dollars now go towards all other roads that aren't residential in nature, and less than 10% go to those residential roads, and that's why there's a backlog. According to staff's numbers, in 2024, 513 kilometers of residential roads were deemed poor, 58 kilometers were very poor, $340 million just to address our poor or very poor residential streets. So when my streets in my ward look like jigsaw puzzles, and many do, and I go to staff and say, hey, this isn't on the 7-year infrastructure renewal plan. Well, that's because, Councillor, it's not on the 7-year renewal plan. And it's very difficult for me to go back to my community and explain that. So we can patch potholes, we can do some patching, but there simply isn't the funds or aren't the funds present to do that. So that the motion will get us there. My issue is, this will come in 2028. At some point, hopefully we can apply that to the 2029 budget. What do we do in the middle? So does staff acknowledge we need to put more money into local residential roads? And if the answer is yes, can we expect to see, without impacting our rural roads or without impacting our arterial roads, can we see more resources allocated towards our residential street renewal budget line?
Mr. Mayor, we have a strategy right now that conforms to previous council direction and the prioritization framework, and those numbers are absolutely valid that the councillors shared in terms of the residential backlog. I think that our report in the asset management report also speaks to in terms of having a different financing framework for municipal government. So the City of Ottawa is not alone in facing these challenges. So all of the municipalities in Ontario would echo this, as well as across Canada. So we hope that this report and information is something that council can use in terms of lobbying other levels of government.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I just want to make sure staff are hearing that in addition to the report that Councillor Dudas is pushing that we'd get in 2028, can we expect to see more resources allocated towards residential road renewal as early as the 2026 budget?
Mr. Mayor, so in this 2025 budget, if you recall, we did have an increase in the local roads allocation of funding. So again, the LRFP and the guidelines that Tammy talked about here is what we use. Then when we get into the deep dive of the budget process, we try and see, okay, what kind of flexibility we have to address some of these core issues. And you've seen that in the 2025 budget. There was an increase to local roads, albeit not as much as this might say it should be, but that's the process we'll go through. We do need time to go through this review. The AMPs and the long-range financial plans is a very, very onerous process. And every time we bring forward the long-range financial plans, iteration 6 now, they become more robust, more detailed, and more analytical, if you will. And for the first time now with the new asset management plans, they're coming together nicely for the first time with change legislation, yada, yada, yada. And I'll be back in September with the tax component. But from there, then we're going to shift our focus to exploring how we can kind of be a little bit more flexible in the current process as kind of outlined in this motion. And the motion does say without competing with arterial roads for the same funding. So it's not about competing with the other local road or the other asset classes within the roads infrastructure, if you will. It's more about, is there a way to do something different where we can kind of broaden the allocation, if you will, within the prioritization matrix.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm concerned on how we look for funding for road renewal overall. I appreciate that the community roads are in bad shape, but we also have real big problems with our arterial roads. And I've got an example of Richmond Road between Pinecrest and Bayshore, where we were having consultations 5 years ago and had to halt because we had utility issues, and we're still not moving. And then I'm being told that we're going to have to rely on development charges to get this done. And this is including improving the sidewalks, which are pretty well non-existent, and cycle lanes, which would be incredibly helpful. And we're talking about some place that is going directly to the Bayshore station and running to along a very high density area. I'm just concerned about the reliance on development charges and being told in another couple of years you'll be on the list. I feel like, I'm on the list for an inheritance or something, and if Aunt Bessie leaves us in the will, we'll be okay. I just don't believe we're going to get development charges. Like it's still a gamble. So what are we doing to make sure that we get these crucial projects done?
So perhaps I can start that off, Mr. Mayor. What this motion speaks to is the renewal budget and the road resurfacing budget. And so there is different money, as you suggested, through development charges for growth-related projects. So the prioritization criteria and what we're being asked to do through this motion is regarding existing roads and the renewal of existing roads. Regarding specific questions that you have about Richmond Road, perhaps that's something we could take offline and further explore that situation.
Thank you. I have met with staff, and design is in progress. It's an example of how long things have been taking and how many hurdles we have to go over for something that was supposed to be done years ago. And residents just have given up and don't believe me that we're still working on this. In the meantime, it's a mess and dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. So just a reminder that this is what we're facing right now. And we have to look at better ways to fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Kavanagh, when I was driving the 97 back in 2015, I remember one of the first things I asked for was for sidewalks on Pinecrest, on Richmond. Anyway, I'm supportive of the motion that's in front of us here, because my entire ward was built practically in 30 years, and that means that very much means that in about 60, 70 years maybe, my entire ward will sort of require some form of infrastructure renewal, except 2 communities. But anyway, and one of the challenges that I've had, and similar to one of the comments that Councillor Kitts had made, is the rural portion, right? Some people would be surprised to know that I have a rural area in my ward. It's a rural village area. It's not actual agriculture, but I've been trying to ask for that road to be at least like resurfaced in a section several times, and I've gotten this very similar responses, that there's not enough usage, that it's not in our 5, 6, or 7 year horizon. So it's already challenging now. It's going to be even more challenging when the large parts of our city built in the 90s and then the 2000s and 2010s sort of come up for that kind of renewal. So I'm supportive of that motion. I believe it, sort of puts us on a path towards that longer view of how we're going to prioritize our residential streets, because we have a lot of those residential streets. So I guess more comments. I don't actually have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support the motion, and I thank the councillor for bringing it forward. I think what it does most is shed light on the problem, and the answers are not easily identified other than prioritizing this as a council in future budgets, as well as when we do have extra funding capacity or financial capacity through the uploads that we prioritize roads. And I suppose we could look at gas taxes as well, but it's not our position that we put gas taxes towards roads, even though we probably could justify it in terms of some of those arterial roads that carry buses that do significant wear and tear, provide significant wear and tear on those roads. So again, hopefully we'll have a good, thoughtful look at this and collectively prioritize more funding that goes towards our road network that serves residents and businesses and our transit system. I was curious, through you, Mr. Mayor, recently in my ward, we have a small road called Quinn Road. And when I heard that we were going to do the water main rehab there, I was excited because that usually means you get a new road out of that. And the initial response that was that we were going to perhaps trench it, but now the answer is that we are going to fully rehab the road there. So I'm just wondering if there's opportunity there. Obviously, there's a cost to doing the entire road, but when you are doing the water works, or the sewer works, that's a big part of, that's a big piece of infrastructure work that, again, could contribute to upgrading roads.
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is absolutely right, and we do have separate funding for what we call integrated projects, which means that not only are we renewing the road, but we are renewing all of the underground infrastructure, whether it's being led by a need of water, wastewater, or stormwater sewers. And so that is different funding because there's rate funding components. It's also part of that, including some tax for the road. And that is another source, another mechanism that we have that also contributes to road renewal in the city.
Thanks for the answer. Again, I'll support it. I think we need to shed some greater light on this and prioritize this going forward over the course of future budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question that overlaps different departments, so I'm going to direct it to the city manager, if that's okay, Wendy. My question is, I'm hearing all my colleagues talk about different roads and sidewalks and pathways that they're having issues with. I have my own list too. It's a daily battle with trying to fix things. A lot of it is at the point that it's safety issues now, like when a wheelchair or a stroller cannot use a path in a park, we've got an issue. So my question to you is, what are we doing about preventing the self-inflicted damage on these paths and roads? And I'll give you a couple of examples. Using garbage trucks to drive through a park to get the garbage cans instead of moving the garbage cans out to nearby the road, like at the end of the pathway, so those trucks don't have to go in the grass. It would save us a lot of damage to these pathways.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Typically, we have these conversations in terms of what's happening in the particular ward, and happy to take these offline and have a conversation specifically about what's happening in your ward, and happy to do that with anybody around the table as well. But generally, no, that's not the intent. The intent is not to cause damage.
It's citywide. It's not just my ward. The other issue is snow plows, that the blades are wider than the sidewalk or the pathway, and so they rip up the lawn. I know in my own area, we have a contractor that does the snow clearing, so they're responsible for that damage instead of the taxpayers. And all I can say is thank you, because I know it had to be well over $1 million this past season, because they know knocked out power in the park. They did all kinds of damage all over the ward. So I thank you for that in my ward, but across the city, it would be city plow. So I'm curious, and it may lead to an inquiry to find out just how much we're paying in self-inflicted damage. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. I will take it offline with the city manager. I just wanted it noted as part of this discussion because we could really use any savings we could attribute here to delivering on some of these roads across the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Tierney. Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and a lot of great comments. I'm going to go on a different angle here. First of all, yeah, we absolutely have to petition other levels of government, and FCM has been advocating very heavily for that. As a matter of fact, the top 3 things during the election period were all related to infrastructure, so bridges and roads to give municipalities money they desperately need. Community safety and policing, and housing with the infrastructure. So from a federal perspective, we're certainly doing our part. I'm sure AMO is doing a good role as well. But we do know that there's going to be some challenges in the future, and having that investment in employing people locally is always a good use of the federal purse to be able to get things happening. So I'm happy about that. From a local perspective, obviously we're stretched thin. I want to just highlight the great work of staff and our new GATS mobile. If you're not familiar, it's you may have seen it in the last couple of days. This is a new evolution. This is great news with LiDAR that will actually look at the streetscape, look below the streetscape, going to make those determinations on a project we started many years ago. I'm looking at Alain, where we started bringing everything online to be able to look at new roads that are coming in. And now this will be the next evolution on life cycle. If we recognize a road has a road cut, we could see that road cut. It's going to help us better determine and prioritize the use of our taxpayers' money on the roads that desperately need it. Because as councillors, Mr. Mayor, sometimes we go, why is that getting replaced? This road's crumbling. This is going to help us identify which roads are in true priority instead of using a visual eyeball or long-range plans to be able to determine how we're going to address which roads are in most desperate need. So I did want to highlight that and thank staff on that. When Laura approached me about this, I said, absolutely, who wouldn't vote for this? This really comes down to money. And we got to make sure we see our federal partners, whether it's through the province or directly to us, ensure we get the money we desperately need to get these roads up to snuff. So in the interim, we have a plan using technology. If you're not familiar with it, it's not a hot dog gun in the back of a vehicle. It is something that's actually going to look below the surface. It's going to see everything. And maybe we can actually do a demonstration at the upcoming PWIC, the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, about how we are actually the gold star. We're the standard for all municipalities across the country on how we're effectively dealing with infrastructure issue across the entire country, all 2,000 member municipalities. Everyone is suffering. So without help, we're using technology to bridge our own gaps. So I just wanted to say thank you for the great work our staff are doing on that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, thank you to my colleague, Councillor Dudas, for bringing this motion that you can tell this is the kind of action that we are all supportive of. It's an issue that does affect us all. Councillor Dudas and I have worked not on this motion, but on other motions before to address this. So thank you for continuing to lead that charge. Thank you also to staff for having worked with me on prior motions. And I look forward to some actions that we're going to be talking about later on the fall over the issue of how we prioritize these resources. I'm also looking forward to continue to work with staff, not just on addressing the prioritization process for how we allocate these resources, but innovative ways. We're talking about high tech, but innovative ways of what are better forms of paved infrastructure that over the long run will deliver better value for money. There is an absolute massive challenge that we have to face over the next decades, and getting ahead of that is great. I'm certainly looking forward to later on this summer, this fall, getting the tax rate LRFP, because that's probably going to be identifying what are the strategies needing to move forward to focus on this. And the only thing I want to speak to, I certainly appreciate from my colleague, Councillor Brown asking that when you do this work, that you take a rural lens to it. I certainly appreciate that, but in my estimation, as you take lenses of how to look at this process, I would rather ask that rather than focusing geographically on what kind of lens, that you take a lens of looking at the fair distribution of resources. And Councillor Brown was speaking to the fact that in the rural wards, all we have is roads. All we have is roads all across the city. My residents, they walk on the roads, they drive on the roads, they cycle on the roads, they take buses on the roads. None of my residents have a hoverboard. They all take these roads. And in some of these established older wards, the roads are just in quite poor shape all over. So I would rather, as we look forward to what are the ways that we prioritize where we allocate our resources, that we just remain cognizant of the fact that this is an issue across the entire city, whether it's downtown, whether it's in the outer urban transect, whether in the suburban wards and the rural wards, we're all dealing with the same issue. And whether we look at it on a remoteness aspect or on a how many residents per hectare use that road, I think we're all eager to find not just greater investment in this, but the most fair allocation of resources we can for this critical infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Dudas? Or were you wanting to wrap up on your motion, or are you?
I was hoping to wrap up, but I don't think it's
Okay,
going
that's
to
fine.
change anything.
Yeah, we can go to Councillor Leeper first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And sorry, Laura. So there is no reason at all not to vote for Councillor Dudas's motion. I think it's important to take a look at how we're prioritizing and on some regular basis. I look at Kitchissippi Ward, where construction traffic, bus detours, infill construction, tower construction are destroying local roads. It is going to be an increasing problem in our very rapidly intensifying neighborhoods, that roads are being worn out well before they should be, and there's going to be a lot of them that are going to need renewal, probably ahead of anything the department is anticipating today. So looking at the priority that those residential roads has seems to me to be very prudent. But it does strike me as we're having this conversation that we're talking about the prioritization within the existing pie. And I think something with which this council is going to have to deal is, rather than talking about reprioritizing within a pie that's too small, is to make the pie big enough that we can do the projects that we consider to be a priority. Every year, we determine to cap our budget at the outset of the budget process, and that means that doing something like what Councillor Brockington is asking for, which is, staff, can you please allocate more money towards this, means that something else has to be cut. It means the resources are not available for them to be able to make that choice. We need to think about making the pie bigger to prioritize the projects that we consider important. Just something to keep in mind as we go into the budget discussion, the last budget of this term. I'll leave it there, and looking forward to supporting Councillor Dudas's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you. I won't.
Councillor Luloff has just put up his hand.
False start on my part, sorry.
Councillor Luloff, do you want to go before Councillor Dudas wraps up?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody loves pie, but we have to remember who pays for the pie and how much money they have and how much they can afford. So think about that as we talk about the next budget too. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas?
No, I thank you. I appreciate the conversation. Actually, I think everybody's made some very, very good salient points. I'm a huge fan of data. I'm a huge fan of making informed, educated decisions. And historically, council had set aside a portion of the property tax towards infrastructure investment. It was at a time where, this predates me, but it was at a time when our city had a large infrastructure gap that had to be closed. That amount of money was preordained, it was invested, and we saw a lot of investment in our communities. We've readjusted and prioritized high-risk roads, arterials, and those absolutely need to continue to be invested in. What I know, though, is the way we've been always doing it will not end up in a different result. And the result we're seeing right now is any road that doesn't qualify as an arterial, major street, and a collector is not seeing any love. And it's really hard to go back to our communities everywhere across the city and explain to residents that because they live on a side street or a street that doesn't get as much traffic as a major artery, they're never going to see any investment, or it's going to be in dribs and drabs. So I am asking staff to come back with that information so that we as a council can say, this is our priority, or maybe we say the status quo is the way we need to be. This also doesn't let the other levels of government off the hook. We absolutely need to have a fair funding strategy for our city's infrastructure. So I want to do that in tandem. And maybe we are looking at investment in terms of putting more money towards roads, and maybe we're looking at working with the same bucket of money that we always have been. But we can't make that decision without the right information. So this is what this motion is asking for. I very much appreciate my colleagues' comments on this, and I do ask for your support on this vote.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. So on the Councillor Dudas motion, is that carried? And on the item as amended, is that carried? Okay. Jumping ahead to item 20, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Item 21 is the motion to adopt reports. Councillor Curry.
That the report from Ottawa Community Housing Corporation entitled Annual General Meeting, the shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, OCHC, the report from Strategic Initiatives Department entitled Update on the 2023-2026 City Strategic Plan, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 25, Audit Committee Report 12, Built Heritage Committee Report 22A, Community Services Committee Report 16, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 25, and the reports from the City Clerk entitled Status Update, Council of Inquiries and Motions for the period ending June 6, 2025, and summary of oral and written public submissions for items subject to the Planning Act. So explanation required at the City Council meeting of May 28, 2025 be received and adopted as amended.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Would you mind repeating that? Is that carried? Notices of motion, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. You caught me off guard there. So I'll read as best I can, maybe not as fast as Councillor Curry. Whereas the Ottawa First Responders Foundation is a not-for-profit organization that provides support to Ottawa First Responders and their families through a peer-to-peer support education and resources that make a positive impact on the first responders community. Whereas the city recognizes the Ottawa First Responders Foundation's contribution to support Ottawa's fire, police, and paramedic community, including retirees and veterans, and wishes to permit the foundation to use the city's official marks in conjunction with the scheduled events, and also wishes to confirm its participation in promotional activities at the scheduled events through Ottawa Fire Services and the Ottawa Paramedic Service. Whereas the Ottawa First Responders Foundation will be hosting its annual 9 Run event on October 18th, 2025, and wishes to use the Ottawa Fire Services and Ottawa Paramedic Service logos in connection with its promotion of the event and to indicate the city's participation at the event. Whereas these logos are official marks of the City of Ottawa, and per the visual identity standards, non-profit groups may use the mark solely for identification purposes, subject to entering into a 5-year licensing agreement approved by resolution of Council. Whereas on September 11th, 2019, City Council authorized the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services to enter into a 5-year licensing agreement with the Ottawa First Responders Foundation, describing the terms and conditions for the use of Ottawa Fire Services and Ottawa Paramedic Service logos in connection with the 9 Run event. And whereas the previous 5-year licensing agreement expired on November 14th, 2024, and the city wishes to continue to participate in the event. Therefore, be it resolved that Council authorize the GM of Emergency and Protective Services to enter into a new 5-year licensing agreement with the Ottawa First Responders Foundation, authorizing the use of Ottawa Fire Services and Ottawa Paramedic Service logos in conjunction with the 9 Run event and promotional activities through Ottawa Fire Services and the Ottawa Paramedic Service at scheduled associate events, and further be resolved, so that this doesn't have to be read again, that the GM of Emergency and Protective Services be delegated the authority to determine whether to extend future 5-year licensing agreements with the Ottawa First Responders Foundation, and to report back to the appropriate committee on the exercise of such delegated authority. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Whereas the City of Ottawa has a council-approved public engagement strategy that directs how the city must deliver public engagement at the city, and whereas the city is reviewing and updating the public engagement strategy supports and toolkit that ensure staff can successfully deliver the requirements of the strategy. Whereas the city is producing internal tools and is providing training to support staff's ability to work within the city's public engagement strategy. However, the public must also have access to the city's commitments and approach to public engagement to ensure effective engagement. And whereas there are international best practices that define the public's role in any public participation process, including the International Association for Public Participation Spectrum of Public Participation, whereas city councillors are held accountable for decisions delegated to city staff, and greater predictability for the manner and timing of public engagement on policy issues would support both the city and councillors alike. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of its review of the public engagement strategy, that staff be directed to engage with residents to identify what resident-facing information and/or products could better support public participation in public engagement, and be it further resolved that city staff be directed to develop a public engagement guide that informs residents on how the city undertakes public engagement and provides information on how residents can provide input into the city's decision-making process, as well as a public-facing public engagement protocol that sets out the commitments, approach, and guiding principles for public engagement, including but not limited to the purpose, scope, and roles for public engagement led by the City of Ottawa, and clarity on what type of city decisions are appropriate for public consultation, what the city is required to undertake as part of the public engagement cycle, specifically preparation, design, implementation, analysis, reporting back, evaluation, and shared learning, and how the city's public engagement process reflects the levels in the IAP2 spectrum of public participation. Be it further resolved, city staff be directed to develop communications products based on the public engagement on public participation and provide such materials along with the public engagement guide as soon as is practicable. And be it further resolved that upon completion of these resources, a communications campaign be launched to promote these materials to employees and residents alike. And be it further resolved that a memo by way of council be provided, by way of council no later than Q2 2026 that describes the lessons learned and adaptations of the public engagement strategy based on quantified feedback from City of Ottawa staff and the public and the engagement metrics utilized described therein. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Are there any other notices of motion? I'll just point out the notices of intent from Hydro Ottawa Holding and Ottawa Markets Municipal Services Corporation to hold their annual meetings at our next council meeting on June 25th. Motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Hill.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Que le règlement énuméré à l'ordre du jour sur le
That the
titre.
bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws 3 readings be read and pass.
Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Hill.
Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of council meeting of June 11, 2025. Adopted.
Councillor Hubely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief. This is an inquiry that was sparked by comments from a resident of Councillor Brown's ward. Bill Carroll, who's a CFRA radio announcer, he brought up this morning that the public has a question as to why the city isn't automatically signing residents up for the high consumption alerts for water usage and allowing them to opt out of the service if they wish to. As many residents may not know, this service exists until it is too late and they have already incurred high charges due to some sort of leak or malfunction on the and the alert system, has the capability to notify users when usage exceeds average daily use or usage surpasses a certain threshold. Why are we not automatically offering this service to taxpayers? I want you to know, Mr. Mayor, I'm one of the residents that got hit with one of these water bills a few years back. I got a $400 surprise. So I've lived it. I know that this would be a great service for people. And so I'm asking if it can be done, if the alerts cannot be activated for paper accounts. Maybe there's some way that the alerts can be turned on for residents who have registered their water accounts online or with My Service Ottawa. So that's my inquiry, Mr. Mayor, and I'm hoping as part of the agile working team here. This to me is a perfect example of how we can provide a better service to our residents at no charge really for them. And yet it's going to save us a lot of effort on staff's part whenever they get these calls. For example, the one that sparked the comments today was somebody got a $1,500 water bill for a leaky toilet. So
as it's an inquiry, you're supposed to just be reading the inquiry, but
wait till you get a water bill like that, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
you'll understand.
It's a valid inquiry, but just from a procedural point of view, you're just supposed to be reading the inquiry, not providing commentary. That's my point. So
I know I took liberties. It's the end of the day, but thank you.
Yeah, let's keep talking about it. Any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hill.
Que les délibérations du Conseil de 11 juin 2025
That the proceedings of the
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. We'll start with Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Ottawa.
Hi, this will be for Dan Chenier. I was hoping to get a bit more of a roadmap about what happens now in terms of the alcohol in parks pilot. I know that just maybe some timelines about when we'll be selecting the specific parks, how much interest you've gotten from councillors so far, and just anything else we should know about that process.
Thanks, Sean. In terms of timelines, by tomorrow, I will have sent out to all members of council an email identifying that of today's approval and that the department is now ready to engage with them in terms of discussing the parks they may want to select for the pilot project. We will be asking them to, as soon as possible, identify parks and areas of parks that they would like to see have personal consumption of alcohol allowed. We expect, based on informal discussions with council, that we will probably get about a dozen parks. We don't believe that it'll be citywide, that it'll be select wards. Based on that, we will then do some work to list the parks on ottawa.ca in terms of public information. We've also developed some signs that we will be posting in the areas of parks that have been selected. So that's what's coming up. We will, to the extent possible, try to do this before Canada Day, which is the day when this comes into effect. There may be parks that have been designated and selected that won't have the signs up by then, but that should not matter. It will be, the other part of this is informing bylaw services so that they understand which areas now have a change in status. So that's the plan.
Okay. And I would also like to know what happens after October 31st. How will you be assessing the success of the program, and how will it be decided whether or not it continues next year?
As part of this program, we will be looking at some indicators of how the program is going, depending on the parks. Some parks will have staff in them. We have parks that run summer programs, so we'll be asking our own staff to keep an eye on how it's going, whether there are any issues. More commonly, though, we will be looking for things like neighbor complaints to bylaw services or to police, vandalism to the park, noticeable incidents that are reported to us. We will collect all that information at the end of the season and prepare a report back to council with some options in terms of what they might do next in terms of continuing a pilot, expanding a pilot, or just moving to a more established program going forward.
Thank you. Next we have Ben Andrews, CBC Radio.
Hello, my question is for the mayor on the battery energy storage systems. So we heard at Rural Affairs Committee a lot of opposition from residents in the area, concerns about safety, but also about the process, feeling like it's being sort of forced on them by the city. What's your response to those residents?
We've heard those concerns, and I understand the concerns, and I think to some extent, I think some of us at the city feel like the process is forced on us too, because this is a provincial jurisdiction. The provincial government provides the opportunity for a municipal support resolution, but the provincial government also makes it clear that it wants to see these kinds of projects go ahead. So it puts us in an uncomfortable position of having to be a part of a process over which we don't have the ultimate jurisdiction. And in the long run, maybe it would be better if these decisions were made at the provincial level. But having said all of that, I think it's worth pointing out that this is neither the beginning nor the end of the process. This has been going on for a couple of years, where the applicant originally had a different location in mind, listened to the community, changed the location. Going forward, there will be more hurdles that will need to be crossed before this is something that goes ahead, and there will be public consultation during that process as well. So we're not at the finish line of all of this yet. It's a long process, and the community will continue to be consulted.
Speaking of that sort of provincial pressure, I guess you could say, being put on the city to move this forward, how much power really does that municipal support resolution grant you? Were you ever able to really push back against what the province is looking for on this?
It's complicated because the other factor, of course, is that we're well aware of how much demand on the energy system is growing year over year. I was speaking with Hydro Ottawa recently, and they were talking about how they used to build a new substation every 5 to 7 years in Ottawa. Now they need, going forward, to build one every single year. The demands on the system are growing. We want to be a community where people invest. The technology sector, the demands of the housing sector, if we want to build more homes, the demands of electric vehicles and electric buses. So demands are growing, and we're going to need more capacity, and this is one of the ways to achieve that capacity. So I think we are going to see more of these types of facilities going forward, and we all want the same thing. We all want to have capacity so our community can grow and businesses can grow, but at the same time, we're going to have to navigate this type of reaction from some people in the community, and I totally understand that. But it's challenging when you've got the provincial government involved, you've got a private applicant, and you've got a local community. It's always going to be challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Sean Varden at CTV. For the folks at home, the question is on Councillor Hubley's motion about the water bills.
Sure. So, yeah, I'm open to that. I think it's a valid concern. If there's an opportunity for us to warn residents before that type of thing happens in the future, then I'm certainly open to that. We just have to make sure that we're complying with all of the different rules that exist around contacting residents. So I know, for example, with anti-spam regulations and that sort of thing, you can't just have an email system where you email people and they have to opt out of it. You have to get their permission first, typically. I don't know if that would apply in this case, but we need to make sure before we have any kind of system like that has an opt-out rather than an opt-in, that we're complying with all regulations.
Thank you. Nous allons maintenant à Charles-Antoine Gagnon, le droit.
Charles-Antoine Gagnon, le droit. Last week, there was a financial committee meeting where you talked about the city assets and the deficit of 10.8 billion on city equipment. Some concerns were expressed about this last week, and today no one talked about that. Why? Well, I can't talk for other members, but I believe we talked about these issues last week. We have a plan, and we have options in the future to reduce the deficit and to find funds with other levels of government for infrastructure. So we have time, not much time, but enough to find solutions so we can invest in infrastructure. So if I understand well, the city will have to invest 10.8 billion more for the next 10 years. It was carried today as easily as that. Yes, it was carried, but the work goes on. We'll have to talk with other levels of government. I think there will be some funding coming from there for infrastructure. I've talked with Mr. Robertson, the new Minister of Housing. And I think we'll have the conversations with other levels of government so we get funding for infrastructure. We have the possibility of looking for solutions that way. Frédéric Pepin, Radio-Canada. Good afternoon. Mr. Chenier, I'd like to hear you on the alcohol issue in parks. If you're asked to address the population, you gave a lot of technical data earlier, but how will the population know, starting on July 1st, where they can drink alcohol in parks? And how will this information be shared with them? Part of our work will be to announce the parks that will be selected by each councillor in each ward. We will put information on the website, city website. Preliminary discussions with the councillors will take place, and I think that many will want to inform their population in their local newsletter. And we will work also with community associations. And we will have signs in the parks that are selected, because it won't be in every park. We believe it may be in some 12 parks, and that the rules that apply now will be maintained everywhere else. And so that's important. It's not a change that will be allowed in every single park. For the pilot project, we think that we'll have a limited number of parks. Mr. Mayor, it's a pilot project. How do you see that? Do you think it's a good thing for your city? I know that there are people who want to have the opportunity to drink alcohol in the parks. I also know that some people think that it's not ideal for their ward, for their area. So I want to see the results of this pilot project, really. I don't have a very strong opinion on one side or the other. I'm willing to listen to the public opinion on the pilot project.
Et enfin, on va à Nelly Alberola, Radio-Canada, Le Téléjournal.
Allô, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ces questions seront pour vous, Monsieur le
These
maire.
questions are for you, Mr. Mayor, on the batteries.
De ce qu'on comprend, les résidents,
From what we understand, Councillor Kelly always said that his residents were not against the technology, but it was the location that was the problem. So why didn't we ask again to the proponent to review his study? Why the rush? Well, it's nothing that's going to happen quickly. The corporation proposed another site 2 years ago for that system, for that facility. And based on the public opinion, they changed the location. It's not something that we can allow just anywhere. It has to be close to the electricity lines. So it's complicated. We're not at the beginning nor at the end of the process. There will be public consultations in the future. Process will take place in the coming months. And I understand the concerns of the public, but it's not something that will happen quickly. And did you hear their message saying that we shouldn't listen? There's a committee that disagreed with this location too, and the people in rural areas say that it won't work, and yet you're going ahead. Yes, I heard those comments too. We know it's not an ideal process, but the city has to adopt a resolution to say that this project can go forward. But it is a provincial responsibility. So the provincial government told us that it really wants such projects to move ahead. So it's difficult for us to say otherwise. So it's the provincial government in the end that want this type of projects to go ahead. So it's complicated, it's difficult for the city, and it's difficult for residents also.
Merci. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui.